Okay, junior class 2, Ellie Booker, Aspen Courtney, Absidy Glidewell, Keely Hickson, Leah Nelson, Jace Riska, not Jace, AJ Sharkey, Joel Stanley, Adam Sheldon. So again, class 2, Ellie Booker, Aspen Courtney, Absidy Glidewell, Keely Hickson, Leah Nelson, AJ Sharkey, Joel Stanley, and Autumn Sheldon should be making their way to the barn. As we get rolling this morning, just a couple thank yous to people. We want to thank the fairground staff. I know for all of us, this fair is hard. It's not what we're used to. There's been tears and lots of uncomfortable days spent as we prepared to get here. But I especially want to thank the fairground staff. For most of you, this is your first day going through this new fair experience. For our fairground staff, it's been weeks and weeks of work and putting up with frustrated parents and frustrated kids, and they have just been pleasant and kind and patient, and we want to thank them. So please take time if you see someone that's from the fairgrounds to thank them for putting the hard work in so that you guys could be here to show. It's different, but it's what we could do with what we're facing today. We also want to thank our judge for traveling here to join us today. Our judge today is Travis Stanley. Travis is a former 4-H and FFA member. He's a feed rep for Hubbard Feeds, lives up in Fairfield, Montana, and he's been judging fairs for about 15 years. We're very grateful that he could come and join us on some short notice. Our contracted judge had an emergency come up at the end of the week last week, and Travis was gracious enough to take time off from his life to come make our show happen. So thank you very much, Travis.
everybody hear me? Good morning. There's one person. One. There's two. A little late, but you got in there. Let's try that again. Good morning. Okay. Hope it's okay. I don't think you guys are going to be able to understand me without this mask on. I'll try and keep my distance from everybody around here until I get done on the microphone. But this way you can hear me, you can understand me. I can be a little more clear and concise. Really good group of first showmen that we have in this class of this first class of juniors. What I'm going to do is I'm going to go around and work them just a little bit. I'm going to ask them just a couple of questions. I'm going to invite some of these callbacks back for that overall round of juniors. For these junior classes, I'm going to invite all three of these young ladies back for that overall round in this first row. Let's give them a nice round of applause. And we'll talk about them in that later class. So if you guys want to go ahead and exit and start that process, that would be just fine. I'll come back and I'm going to try and talk about every individual. I'm going to try and talk about every animal as we go through breeding and market the rest of the day. But as we go through here, I'm going to try and talk about every individual and we're going to give out some ribbons in this class. These are going to be in no particular order, but what I'm going to do is just go down the line and go through my ribbon placings in there. I'm going to start with this young man right here with this bigger U. She does not want to work for you very well in this class. She doesn't want to stand. She doesn't want to stay set. She's not being mean to you. She's not trying to push you around too much. She's just a lot bigger than you, and she gets just a little bit more nervous and doesn't want to stay still as long as some of the other ones. I think he did a pretty good job of getting her around the ring and trying to get her set up. When he came over into this head and tail line, you were back just a little bit because you weren't quite set up before you came into that line, but I think the young man's doing a pretty nice job. My view of the ribbon colors as we go through here is when we get into the reds, where we have a little bit more average type of a showmanship. We've got some things that we can work on, but you're doing a pretty good job as it sits. Blues, you've got a little bit more refinement, more finesse, you're getting up there. And then as we get into those purples, for me, that's where you're really starting to get excellent and have those callbacks into that overall round. I'm going to leave the young man in my reds today. I think you did a really nice job of keeping a hold of her and trying to get her around. I just think there's a few things we need to work on setting feet and legs. And had she worked better for you, I think you would have been up in that upper class. Let's give him a nice round of applause for coming out. The young man right here with this other U, she's a little bit more controllable for you. You do a pretty nice job. You lose me every once in a while through the ring where you're trying to get more, I guess, more detailed and spend more attention on her. For me, like I said, you lose me just a little bit. Setting her up is a little bit of a feat because she wants to walk into a set for you, but then you need to hold her head just a little differently. You need to come straight up with her neck. You need to tip that nose out and up just a little bit if you can. It would make her balance up just a notch better. For me, I think you're right in that category of between those reds and blues, but I think you showed me enough. I'm going to push you into that blue ribbon category. The other thing, just like you're doing now when I come around, you see how you're petting her and trying to calm her down and everything. She feeds off that, so she starts to move a little bit more. So keeping yourself calm a little bit will help you in showmanship, but I still think he did just enough. He's going to be in my blue ribbons today. Let's give him a good round of applause. He's doing nice job. This young lady here, I think you do a lot better job than maybe what this lamb would have let you show today. Doesn't really want to set for you all that well. Doing a really nice job in this end line now. I mean, he's really set up, he's profiled, but the start of that class wasn't quite as good. For me, I think you're a good enough showman. You work easily in those blue ribbon classes today. Just wish he had worked a little bit better for you in the class. Let's give her a good round. She goes back to the pin. It's always a little tougher to come out here and show a sheep with a little bit more wool on it, and something that you have to fit a little bit harder, especially on a day like this where you can't come in and show off. My biggest thing is I think you're doing a great job of getting her around, but for me, I'd like to see a little different hand placement with that right hand. When you jerk on that horn just a little bit, it's not that it necessarily hurts them, but every once in a while they can almost damage that growing part that's right up next to their head. And so if you can keep your hand off that, and then when you were trying to pick her up and put it back down, you were pulling on that horn just a little bit. So for me, just a little bit better hand placement, a little bit better on feet and legs, especially the front end. If you can balance that front end up just a little bit, it's going to balance the rest of that animal. You were right on the borderline for me, but I think you paid attention enough to me. You did a nice enough job. I'm going to put you in the blues today. Just make sure with that offhand you're doing a little bit different. Let's give her a good round as well. I struggled with you just a little bit. I think you're doing a fantastic job, especially from right behind that shoulder back in this weather. Got him set up pretty well in the back legs for the most of the class. For me, it's all about head placement for where you're at though. You have a tendency to bring that head further forward and down, so it almost takes a balance away from this weather. You need to get that neck up just a little bit and almost back from where you were at just a little bit more, and it would balance this weather up just a little bit better. But still a really good showman. You're going to be in my blues today. Give him a nice round of applause. Same thing with you. I struggled with you just a little bit today because I think you're a good, solid showman. I don't think he worked for you very good as well as some of the other lambs did in the class. With him, you need to get those hind legs back just a little bit further. What that'll do is that expresses that leg and then expresses out that rack and that loin up over the top. So for me, again, right on the borderline, but I think you did enough. You're going to be in my blues today as well. Let's give him a nice round of applause. You did that.
Congratulations to Junior Showmanship Class 1. With purple ribbons and a callback for the final drive, Harley Gilliard, Aiden Middlenist, and Tennyson Smith. Yes, as you guys come out of the show ring, you need to go to the ribbon, after you put your lambs away, go to the ribbon table and get your ribbons. You'll pick them up off the table. After this class, we will have our final drive of juniors. When we call that final drive of juniors in, we'll call the first class of novices to the barn to get their shoes ready. Let me finish placings from our junior class 1. With blue ribbons, Charlie Schwartz, Adelaide Sefton, Gabriel Slater, Hebron Glidewell, and Abby Finley. With the red ribbon, Evan McKinnon. Congratulations, you guys. In the ring right now, we have our Class 2 of Junior Showmanship, Ellie Booker, Aspen Courtney, Absidy Glidewell, Evan McKinnon, Leah Nelson, AJ Sharkey, Joel Stanley, and Autumn Shelvin. waiting to come in the barn, but not in the barn, should be Cecilia Huckabee, Caitlin Palin, Scadian Smith, Olivia Wheeler, Levi Hickson, and Willa Roaster. Again, waiting on deck, not in the barn, but waiting to be called into the barn. Cecilia Huckabee, Caitlin Palin, Scotty Smith, Olivia Wheeler, Levi Hickson, Willa Roaster.
stand for the second class. This was a little more challenging class than my first group of juniors. I think as a group they were a lot more consistent. They were really pretty solid all the way through, so I was a little bit more critical. I'm going to bring these two young ladies back for that overall round. I definitely want to talk about a couple of individuals over here, and one is this young lady right here, I think doing a fantastic job with this little ewe-lamb. The one thing I would say is maybe bracing her up just a little bit more. She didn't really want to brace for you in this class and didn't really want to push into you quite as much. But I think for me, you're really solid showman. You're easily in that blue ribbon class. A few little things on leg placement was kind of what kept you from being called back in this class, but you were towards the upper end of this class, and I really appreciate that. We're going to end up in the blue for you. Let's give her a nice round of applause. This next young man, I think, doing a really nice job of getting her around because she's a little more of a struggle to try and get her up in the ring. She doesn't want to work for you quite as much. She doesn't want to set up for you very much. So I think had she worked for you a little bit better, you'd be upwards in this class. For me today, though, just setting those feet and legs up just a little bit better, making sure you're square off of that front end because that front end can really set the rest of that balance on this little ewe-lamb. For me, though, I think a good solid showman that has a lot of those basics to where you can build on. I'm going to keep you in my reds today just because she was a little tougher to handle and didn't want to work for you, but he did a nice job. Let's give him a good round of applause as he goes out. The young lady here, I think same kind of thing as I talked about the last young man. A little bit harder to try and show this lamb off, and for me, really setting those legs was kind of the criteria for this one, especially the front end. You know, this weather lamb kind of wants to be splayed out a little bit. He kind of wants to get forward in his front legs, and he doesn't really want to set up square on that front end, and so it's a little tougher to try and show him off. For me, if you can get those legs set up a little bit better, it's going to balance off. But for me, you did just enough to where I'm going to leave you in my blues today. You did a nice job. Let's give her a good round as she goes on as well. This young lady struggled up with this lamb just a little bit, and part of it was coming in just a little bit late to that class, which I didn't ding you for at all. But when you come in and then you come in front of me and just push her around, go ahead and make a lap. Either around that judge or make a lap around the line, and that way you can bring that lamb into line and you can walk it into a set. If you can walk that lamb into a set, you only have to use your time to move maybe one or two legs rather than trying to set the entire lamb up because you push it around and maneuver it around. For me, lost me just a couple of times out there. So I'm going to leave you in my reds today just because the lamb didn't work for you quite as much and maybe losing me just a little bit more. But I still think doing a solid job. You did a nice job of getting her around the ring when we were moving out, and I appreciate that. Let's give her a good round as she goes back to the pen as well. Young man here with this bigger U, similar type of thing. I think a solid foundation on showing her off. You can see right now her head and neck is down just a little bit, and that's kind of where you were for a lot of the show. If you can get that head up, if you can get that neck almost a little bit more parallel to those front legs, it's going to help her set up and her balance just a little bit better. For me, I'm going to leave him in the reds today just because I think he's got a little bit more average type of a showman, didn't have those finer details, but I still think doing a good job. Let's give him a good round of applause as he goes back. A little tougher for this lamb because she did not want to show off nearly as much for you. You really want to get her set up, especially off of those back feet and legs, because that's where she kind of falls apart just a little bit. She needs to spread them out just apart just a little more. You do a fantastic job on this front end. But on this slick floor, a lot of times you get too far with your legs and it almost looks unnatural or unbalanced. And if she were to take off, you don't have a lot of leverage. But I still think you're a really good showman. You did a nice job with her. You're easily in that blue ribbon class today. I just wanted to see a little bit more finer details to get you called back for that overall round. Let's give her a good round as she goes back.
Thank you to our junior showmanship class 2 with purples and a callback, Keely Hickson and Leah Nelson. With blue ribbons, Ellie Booker, Aspen Courtney, Axida Glidewell,
Do you have someone in the next
and
row?
with a red ribbon, AJ Sharkey, Joel Stanley, and Autumn Shelvin.
To go back to that front line.
We're now ready for the final round of juniors to come back into the ring.
So,
That means that class 1 of novice can come into the barn. Cecilia Huckabee, Caitlin Palin, Scotty Smith, Olivia Wheeler, Levi Hickson, Willow Roster.
so family stacked behind the side, okay? There you go. Thank you. You're moving quickly, so to get that strike with the out. Okay. You want to get moving from the back? No, we're good. Well, yeah, I mean, if you want to.
But I'm plugged into power, but it's not actually working for some reason. So maybe it's not plugged in.
I think the other end usually has the going source.
Okay, if you can hear me, they have made a few more stations along the outside fence. So if you are waiting because your child is in the next class, there is a little more space now. So if your kiddo is a novice showman, you could be outside the barn waiting for them. Again, we need our novice showman, class 1 of novice showman in the barn. Cecilia Huckabee, Caitlin Palin, Scotty Smith, Olivia Wheeler, Levi Hickson, and Willow Roster.
Way over there.
The second class of novice, you're on deck. Be ready to get called to the barn. Braden Cooney, Nolan Courtney, Abby Cox, Ali Gonzalez, Cassidy Shelvin, and Anissa Spalding. When you're called to the barn, as soon as you have your sheep ready, bring them over to the orange candles and line up, and then we can check you in for your class and we'll know you're here. So if you're ready to go, you can come bring your sheep to the orange candle.
Plugged in back there. Sorry. That cord for me? Is that orange cord?
Sorry, Autumn.
So we're all good? this is a coordinator. He's gonna go get another one.
Do you need one right now?
I do.
Do you want one?
Sure.
He's okay. There's a yellow one in the corner.
I should open it a little bit. You want it open? Are you good?
It is on it. Yeah.
Any of you have any problem with me shaking your kid's hand?
No.
No.
No. Please do.
All right, how about a hand for this last group of 5? I don't know how it worked like this, but usually there's a little bit more of gender equality out here. But the 5 young ladies I have are doing just a phenomenal job. You can see it in their respective classes. They really got a handle on these lambs, and I appreciate that. What I'll do is I'll go out and pick 1 through 5. And shake each of the individuals' hands here for a minute. I don't have them in any order right now, at least lined up. They're not. But that being said, what I'll do is I'll go pick 1 through 5, and then I'll come back and talk about each of the individuals just a little bit. How about another hand? Okay, 5 young ladies, like I said, doing a phenomenal job. You've got a really tough ewe lamb to try and show. She wants to roach up in her top. She wants to get heavy in her middle. She wants to drop that top right behind her loin just a little bit. You've really got to continue to work her. And you did a nice job all the way through the class. You can tell you worked with her a little bit, and you've got her set up. The front end, to me, every once in a while is a little inconsistent. Even now, as you come into this front line, she wants to kick that one leg out behind just a little bit. But I think doing just a fantastic job. Let's give this young lady a nice big round of applause. 2 and 3, you could come in my mind, and flip either place, because I think 2 young ladies just outstanding in how they're trying to show these 2 ewe lambs off. That little move at the end where you came and gave yourself space between the 2, that was perfect. Okay, that didn't make you in second all along, but it kind of confirmed it for me. The young lady over here that I put in the 3rd, for me, I think it was about this first line placement where you walked into this hole over here just a little bit. You should have stopped just a little bit previous to that, because your ewe lamb ended up running downhill just a touch. But for me, like I said to you ladies, you could come in here and flip either way. I thought doing a fantastic job. How about a hand for second and third? You put too much go button in this ewe lamb. She constantly wants to push out in front of you and get in front of you, and so it almost makes it look rough as you're getting around the ring. I know you're trying to hold her back, but then it brings her head back, and her neck is up and coming back into her back just a touch more, and so it makes her look unbalanced as you're getting around the ring. Definitely deserving to be in this last class, but she just didn't work for you quite as well as the other three above you out here. Let's give her a round of applause for coming out. The only weather lamb of the class is the young lady that's left out here. I think for me, more than anything, just honestly, just a little bit more polish on where you're putting legs, where you're holding the head, how you're getting that lamb around just a little bit, and then bracing him up just a little bit more to really accentuate that leg. Because this probably is the lamb of the class that had one of the biggest legs of two lambs, and so you really want to accentuate that out. But easily to come back in this last class out here, how about a hand for fifth place?
Congratulations to our top 5 junior showmen. In 5th place, Tennyson Smith. In 4th place, Leah Nelson. In 3rd place, Harley Gilliard. In 2nd place, Aiden Middlemas. And in 1st place, and coming back in the senior round, is Keely Hickson. Congratulations, juniors. Class 2 of novice could come into the barn now. If you're in class 2 and you're already in the barn, you shouldn't be in here, but you're here. Okay? Everyone needs to be listening so that we follow the plan and we can comply with what they've asked us to do. Class 2 of novice showmen may come into the barn at this time. Braden Cooney, Nolan Courtney, Abby Cox, Allie Gonzalez, Cassidy Sheldon, and Anissa Spalding. Class 1 of novice showmen is in the barn. Their parents can come in to watch, or whoever their significant guests are today. Class 1 in the ring is Cecilia Huckabee, Caitlin Palin, Scotty Smith, Olivia Wheeler, Levi Hickson, and Willow Roster. Novice showman class 2 who are getting animals ready, and if you're ready you can come to the combs if you're in class 2. That's Braden Cooney, Nolan Courtney, Abby Cox, Allie Gonzalez, Cassidy Sheldon, and Anissa Spalding. First class is seniors. Start getting nervous. I'm not calling you to the barn yet, but it's time to get nervous. I'll call you to the barn in a moment. Keely Hickson, are you in the barn still? Oh, Keely, will you? Keely, I want to make sure you know that you're coming back with the seniors. In class 1. Keely, you'll be coming back in with class 1 of the seniors. Thank you, everyone. I feel like we've almost found our rhythm now this morning. Now that we got through a few classes and we're figuring out how this rhythm and flow needs to go. Just be glad you don't show pigs. There's 120 of them tomorrow, so we're in a lot better shape today than we will be tomorrow. But thank you, everyone, for your patience, and I think we've kind of got a rhythm going. Thank you again to our fair staff. I know that it's easy to feel unappreciated when you're having to enforce the rules, and know that we do appreciate you and all your hard work to make this happen.
How about a hand for this first class of novice? Really good group. Really consistent all the way through. I appreciate that about the classes that we've had in showmanship so far. As we go through here, I think this class of novices did a really excellent job showing off their lambs. I'm going to bring two back for that overall round. It's going to be the young man and the young lady down there at the end. Another couple I want to talk about, the young ladies right here doing the blue jacket and the young lady with this bigger weather right here, I think doing a pretty nice job of getting those lambs around the ring. For me, it was kind of more about where you're setting feet and legs in this class. Really get that front end squared up, and then especially with that bigger weather, if you can kick his back legs out just a little bit more, you see where he drops on his top just a touch, you can fix that by bringing that hip turn down just a little bit by bringing those back legs out just a touch. This smaller ewe-lamb here, really got to spread those legs apart just a little bit more. Show that it's got a little bit more capacity, a little bit more width to base, things like that. But I think both easily into that blue ribbon class today. Let's give a hand to those two young ladies for the class. Young lady here, I think more than anything, this lamb wants to dance on you just a little bit, wants to fidget around, wants to do this or that. I think for me, you're a solid showman. I think you've got some skills there that she maybe didn't let you show me in this class. But I think for me, you're going to be in that blue ribbon class as well today. Just a little bit more attention on where you're putting feet and legs and how you're holding that head on this ewe lamb, and I think you would have done just a touch better. Let's give her a good round as she goes back to the pen as well. The young lady with this other ewe lamb down here at the end, by no means am I doing these in any placing on these ribbons. These are just in ribbon categories. For me, you do a really nice job of trying to get her around the ring. You got lost just a little bit in that first lineup. The one thing I will say is if you don't understand the judge's instructions, and a lot of times it's the judge's fault, okay, go ahead and ask. There's no harm in asking and where you're supposed to be or where you're supposed to line up. And so I think for me, if you would have lined up just a little bit better, you might have been in that upper part of this class. But then the other thing is just setting feet and legs a little bit more. But nice job getting her around the ring. Nice job having control of her. She wants to push into you just a little bit. Set that leg up into her and so you can push back just a little bit more. It'll make her more comfortable. But for me, you were right on the borderline. But for a novice showing that kind of lamb, I really appreciate it. So she's going to be in my blue ribbons as well today. Let's give her a good round as she goes back.
Congratulations to Class 1 of our novice showmen with purple ribbons and returning for the final round, Levi Hickson and Scotty Smith. With blue ribbons, Cecilia Huckabee, Caitlin Palin, Olivia Wheeler, and Willow Roster. Congratulations, novices. Coming into the ring is Class 2 of our novice showmen. Class 1 novices, don't forget to get your ribbons. Come to the ribbon table and pick up your ribbon, please, before you leave the barn. Class 2 coming in the ring again, Braden Cooney, Nolan Courtney, Abby Cox, Allie Gonzalez, Cassidy Sheldon, and Denissa Spaulding. Class 1 seniors, you should not be in the barn, but you should be thinking about heading towards the barn. As soon as we bring our final drive the juniors in, just be listening, and I'll call you in the barn in a minute. So on deck and waiting to be called to the barn, Kara Conley, Courtney Frank, Isabel Gilliard, Sydney Kostecki, Antonetta Oxner, Chloe Rogers, Anne-Marie Sowers, Keely Hickson.
gonna come back.
Class 1 seniors, you may come into the barn. You need to stay at your pens though, please, once you're into the barn. Stay at your pens. Kara Conley, Courtney Frank, Isabel Gilliard, Sydney Kostecki, Antonetta Oxner, Chloe Rogers, Anne-Marie Sowers, and Keely Hickson. You may be at your pen with your lamps. Again, class 1 seniors, you may be in the barn at your pens. Class 1 seniors may be in the barn and at their pens. your showmanship. Please be ready to get called to the barn. Not calling you in yet, but be ready.
How about a hand for the second class of novice? A little bit more challenging class than the last novice class that I had. I think there was a little bit more separation in this class from top to bottom, but I think all, again, doing a really nice job. I've got a couple in here that we're going to have for callbacks in that overall round, and I think some individuals in here that are really kind of getting spot on where they need to be. Maybe they need to be polished just a little bit more, absolutely, but when you're looking at a novice class, I think really doing an outstanding job. And so for me, it's going to be the young lady in the blue jacket, the young lady right here, and the young lady with the green mask right here. And I'll just start and go down the line again. Young lady right here with this smaller ewe-lamb. I think the biggest thing was just her sides on where you were at with this ewe-lamb. Especially like when I'm here, you should be on that offside. And then getting her feet and legs set up just a little bit better. You know, she's a little bit more smaller and more compact type of a lamb. And so if you get a leg out of line, it almost accentuates that a little bit. You have less room to maneuver than with a bigger lamb. But that being said, you knew where I was most of the time. I appreciate that. And so for me, I'm going to stand you in my blues today. Let's give her a good round of applause for coming. I don't think that lamb likes me at all. Every time I came around that lamb, she'd pants off to the side. She'd kind of, you know, step away from me, and so I couldn't get next to her. Doing a pretty nice job with her. For me, a little bit better on head placement. Maybe that neck up just a little bit more. You do a nice job with how you're leveling that head out, but the neck up just a little bit more, and then maybe get her back legs back and spread apart just a touch. A little bit of a struggle coming in that first line, but still doing a nice enough job for me and novice. I'm going to put her in my blues today. Let's give her a nice round of applause for bringing that. The young man with this smaller weather over here, I think for me, you did an outstanding job for the first end of this class, and then it kind of tapered off as we went through the class. You lost me just a little bit more of the time. Had a little struggle with her. She doesn't want to work for you quite as well. She doesn't want to set up for you quite as much through the last part of this class. You were right in the bubble for me. Whether or not you showed enough of your skills to be out here for me, I think had you had a better lamb that was working with you, I think you would have done just a little bit better. But I think he's frustrating you just a little bit right now. So for me, I'm going to tip the scale on novice. I've only got 2 classes. I'm going to bump you into that blue ribbon class. If it was a junior, you'd probably stay, but I think you did a nice enough job for me today. Let's give him a good round of applause.
Congratulations to our juniors with callbacks in that round. And a purple ribbon, Braden Cooney, Abby Cox, Ali Gonzalez. With blue ribbons, Nolan Courtney, Cassidy Shelvan, and Anissa Spalding. So coming into our ring now is our final drive of novices. And in that final drive we have Scotty Smith, Levi Hickson, Abby Cox, Braden Cooney, and Ali Gonzalez. Class 1 seniors, if you're ready to go, you can start lining up at the cones, please. Class 1 seniors, find a cone. break. Are you in the barn? Okay, class 2 of seniors. Ashby Hall, Savannah Kostecki, Kyla Nelson, Sophie Reeves, Autumn Shelvin, Gus Turner, Maddie Warren, Adam Wildebor, Haley Wolski, and Avery Ublis. You guys may come into the barn. Class 2 seniors, you may come into the barn. Stay at your pen, please. You need to stay at your pen until you're called. Please don't walk away from your pens. Again, class 2 of senior showmanship may come into the barn, but you need to stay at your pen.
All right, how about a hand for our class, the final class of the office. Really, really good class. I'm not going to dive into too much of what they did wrong or some things that we can improve on. I will just a little bit on each individual, but I think as a group of 5 in this class, they did an outstanding job. So what I'll do is I'll go pick 1 through 5. Same way we did with the juniors, and then we'll come back and talk about the individuals just a little bit. Let's give them another big hand. Okay. In my mind, for showmanship, what I saw is I have 2 individuals I think very, very competitive. You spend a little bit more time on the top line of this ULAN. I'd really like to see that. I wish you would have spent a little bit more time on the top line of her. She wants to roach up just a little bit, especially as you get back on your loin just a touch. And then setting those back legs just a little bit more correct. But I think for me, always knew where I was. You were the most consistent through the class and how you had her set up, and I appreciate that. The young man right here, a little bit of a bobble in the middle there with her legs out of line, just a touch in a couple of spots. But in my mind, the 2 that we had at Grant, the reserve, anybody could come in and swap them. This is how I saw them today, but both of them just did a fantastic job. How about a hand for your Grant Reserve models? And then I had a group of 3 that were a little bit more consistent in my mind in this class. I think the young lady with this bigger U right here, really, really good job on where you're trying to get her around the ring and moving her around. I really appreciated that. A little bit more time on feet and legs on where you're setting, especially those hind legs with her. She's a bigger U-lamb. Make sure you get them back far enough so you can really accentuate that. And then the same thing with the young lady here with that smaller U-lamb. Just a little bit more time on feet and legs and where you're setting her. Smaller ewe-lamb has a little bit less forgiveness than a bigger ewe-lamb. But that being said, both these young ladies did a fantastic job. How about a hand for third and fourth? She didn't want to work for you quite as much with this class. For me, just a little bit more on head placement where you're setting that front end, making sure that that front end is square all the time. But I think deserving to be in this final class. How about a hand for fifth and the young lady as she goes back?
Okay, up in our next class, sorry, I forgot my job. Congratulations to our champion novice showman. In 5th place is Braden Cooney. In 4th place, Scotty Smith. In 3rd place, Ali Gonzalez. In 2nd place, Levi Hickson. And our grand champion in novice showmanship, Abby Cox. Congratulations to our novice. Coming into the ring now is Class 1 of Senior Showmanship. Kara Connolly, Courtney Frank, Isabel Gilliard, Sydney Kostecki, Antonetta Oxner, Chloe Rogers, Amory Sowers, and Keely Hickson. This class does include our champion junior, who has the opportunity to move up and show with the big guns.
Okay, go to the next available sign.
Thank you again to all the parents and family members who have come to watch today. I know that it's so much more fun when we can all be together and watch these kids. All have so many ties to the different kids showing. But thank you so much for being respectful and following our plan so that we can maintain the plan and maintain the show the rest of the week. We really appreciate it. Senior Class 2, if you're ready, you can come to the cones and start lining up at a cone. Senior Class 2, you may come to the cones. Senior Class 3, time to start getting nervous. You may not come in the barn. Senior Class 3, you're not ready to come in the barn, but I'm going to call you in a moment. If you are in Class 3, do not come in the barn yet. Just be ready.
All right, how about a hand for this first class of seniors? Now, I'm not gonna lie, I like the novices better, just because you never know what answer you're gonna get from a novice. Seniors, I always find the most rewarding though, because the really, really good seniors out here, and we've had a whole class of really good seniors. The really good seniors, to me, really show me that in terms of sheep showmanship, in terms of a project, and in terms of how much they've worked for these lambs, they've done a fantastic job. And so I always appreciate that in the seniors. I'm not going to talk about these three. We're going to invite all three of them back for an overall round. I am going to come back and talk about a couple of individuals down here because we've got some things, and there was a couple individuals here that I really wanted to get in that callback class. Young lady right here, I think, is doing an outstanding job at this land. For me, you push her top down too much. She needs to level up that top. You actually need to pick her rib just a little bit. And I think part of that is just setting her back feet just a little bit further back. Seniors are one of those ones where it's a little more challenging because I don't give you guys a lot of breaks. I figured you guys should know better by now, so that's how we're going to judge you. But that being said, you're doing an outstanding job. But what kept you from that callback line was picking up her rib and balancing her out just that much more. Still think you're a blue ribbon showman in my mind today. Let's give her a good hand as she goes back to the camp. The young lady with this next ewe lamb in line for me, I think doing a nice job. You get lost with this ewe lamb just a touch because she walks into a set so well for you, but there's just a few things about how you get her back legs. You need to get them a little bit further apart. You need to extend that head up just a little bit more. So I think you're doing a solid job with her, but I think just a little bit more refinement on how you're placing her would get you upwards in this class. Still in my mind a blue ribbon showman today. Let's give her a good round of applause as she goes back. You did just as good in this class as you did in your previous class. I seen you trying to work that lamb down just a little bit more. But that being said, really, really nice job in how you're trying to get her set up and get her there just a little bit better, especially on those hind legs. Get them apart just a little bit as we move up in this class. Her as well, you see she's still roaching in that top and still trying to come up, and it's almost a fact of you need to extend her just a little bit more. It's hard with her because that's kind of how she's built, but I think coming up in this class, she did an outstanding job. She's still going to be in that blue ribbon class today. Let's give her a good round of applause for sure. She didn't want to work for you very well in this class. Actually, neither one of you. Both of those lambs, the weather lamb and the ewe lamb down here, just fought with you half the time. They were giddy, especially the young lady down there at the end. But this ewe lamb as well, coming crossways to the class, not getting set up quite as well. I think these two lambs didn't let you show your showmanship the way you wanted to me today. Young lady right here in front of me, probably a little bit more consistent with her lamb than the young lady with the weather lamb. But for me, like I said, I'm a little bit brutal on seniors today. I'm going to leave you in my reds just because they weren't working for you. But let's give them a nice job as we go back to the camp.
Congratulations to our Class 1 senior showman. Returning in the champion drive and with purple ribbons are Isabel Gilliard, Sydney Kostecki, and Courtney Frank. With blue ribbons, Keely Hickson, Anne-Marie Sowers, Chloe Rogers. And with red ribbons, Antonetta Oxner, and Kara Conley. Congratulations. Coming into the ring now is Class 2 of our seniors. Savannah Kostecki, Kyla Nelson, Sophie Reeves, Gus Turner, Maddie Warren, Adam Wildebor, Haley Wolski, and Avery Uglas. To grab your ribbons and then exit the barn quickly so I can get the Class 3 in here. Class 1s, grab ribbons and exit so I can get Class 3 in here. On deck and waiting to come in the barn is Colin Cox, Kara Kleitz, Sophie Cole, McKenna Quirk, Brant Wildemore, Brandon Wyron, Emmett Zander, Keith Zander, and Wyatt Zander. Yeah. Keely Hickson, do you need some help? Help is on the way. Okay, Class 3 seniors, you may come in the barn. Class 3 seniors, you may come in the barn, and you can come to the cones when you have your sheep ready. Jace Riska, you should be coming in the barn as well. Jace Riska should be coming in with this class. So again, Class 3 seniors should be coming into the barn. Colin Cox, Kara Cleats, Sophie Cole, McKenna Quirk, Brant Wildebor, Brandon Wyron, Emmett Zander, Keith Zander, Wyatt Zander, and Jace Riska.
All right, how about a hand for the second class of seniors? A little bit deeper class, a little bit more challenging. I'm going to go ahead and invite all 4 of these young ladies back for that overall round. Like I said, a really deep class in the second class of seniors. I think doing a really nice job. I'm going to come and just go down the line. The young man down here at the end with this weather, I think just a little bit more consistent on where he's getting set up for you. You're setting him up fairly well most of the time, but then every once in a while a leg gets out of line just a little bit on a setup. A little bit more time on walking that land into a set maybe, and then stopping at a little bit more of a correct time. Getting up there, I think doing just a solid job, but just a few little things I'd like to see different. And same thing with the young lady here. I think just a little bit more consistent on how you're setting this lamb up, especially out of those back feet and legs. This is a little bit more challenged because it wants to drop in its past turns just a little bit, get a little bit weaker. I think both of you, in my mind, though, are going to be in that blue ribbon class today. How about a hand for the young lady and the young man? Two down here, I think of the group, we're probably the least consistent, but like I said, a very deep class. There was a lot of really good showmen in this class, and I think both of you are doing a fairly nice job with these lambs. A little bit taller type of a ewe lamb, really got to get that front end set up just a touch better, especially on this profile. You almost get those front legs back underneath itself just a little bit too far for my liking. That being said, a really tall ewe like this, get those hind legs out just a touch more. I understand she's not necessarily, I mean, she's big enough that she's not in that smaller category, she's not in that necessarily younger category. But for me, just accentuating out that leg and that overall top end would do just a notch better. Young lady, hold on just a second, hold on. The young lady right here, a little bit smaller, more compact type of a ewe lamb. I don't generally do this because I'm really unrelenting on where seniors are, but I think in this group and in this class, they were so consistent, so quality. I'm going to end up bumping both of you in my blues as well today. Let's give them a nice round of applause for that.
Congratulations to our Class 2 senior showmen with purple ribbons and a callback. Savannah Kostecki, Kyla Nelson, Maddie Warren, and Haley Wolski. With blue ribbons, Sophie Reeves, Gus Turner, Adam Wildemore, and Avery Hublis.
Okay, for the turns, they go all the way around the
Coming in the ring now is, sorry, if you are in Class 2, don't forget to grab your ribbons as you leave. Coming into the ring now is Class 3, Colin Cox, Karen Planks, Sophie Cole, McKenna Quirk, Brent Wildemore, Brandon Wyron, Emmett Zander, Keith Zander, Wyatt Zander, and Jace Riska. I'm sorry, Karen, please.
All right, how about a hand for this first third class of seniors? I'm going to go ahead and invite these three that I pulled out back for that overall round. So we'll go ahead and excuse them and allow them to get ready for that final class. That was pretty weak. We get a better round of applause for those three. Thank you. There's a couple individuals that I want to talk about in this class because I think doing a really nice job. And I'm going to pick those three out rather than going down the line. One's this young man down here at the end, this young man in the blue jacket, and then this young lady right here. Almost every other one as we go through here. If I can get you three to just pull ahead just a little bit here. Out towards me. I think three that are doing a pretty solid job in terms of showmanship. Maybe some little things on where we're setting feet and legs. Maybe just a little bit better on where we're getting on halves. And what I mean by that is maybe a little bit quicker. Maybe making it look just a little bit more seamless when we're switching sides. But I think for the most part, I think three individuals that are doing a really nice job in terms of their showmanship. A little bit better on your weather lap on where you're setting those hind legs. Really get them back just a little bit more and it'll drop that top just a little bit. Young man here, make sure you get those back legs set as well. Get them apart just a little bit more. That way you can show her off in terms of her balance. And then the lamb here really wants to raise up in that middle. Wants to raise up in that top. Just keep working that top down just a little bit. And a little bit more refinement on where you're placing your hands all the time because you get a little bit inconsistent on where you're going around that lamb. But I think three individuals for me are still in that blue ribbon category today. Let's give these three individuals a good time. A group of four for me. This one was a little challenge for me because he helps you out a whole lot in this class. He kind of walks into a set for you. You don't have to do a whole lot, but at times I wanted to see a little bit more intensity on how you showed him off. You get a little bit too relaxed in your demeanor to show him off properly. A leg slips out of line, you just kind of let it slide just a little bit, so I wanted to see it just a little bit more. Same thing with the other three young men. I think more than anything, just getting feet and legs set up just a little bit better, especially on the front end. You all three have really tall fronted, extended type of lambs, and you almost let those heads go too far forward. Bring those necks back just a little bit. If you can bring those heads up just a little bit more, and then kick those hind legs back out towards the back, about 2 more inches on each lamb would really show them off. Like I said before, I'm a little bit relentless on seniors. I think all 4 of you did a good job today. I'm going to leave you in the reds just because I think there's some more refinement that we could do. But I think you all did a nice job. Let's give them a good round as they go back to the pen.
Congratulations to our purple ribbon winners in Class 3 of Senior Showmanship, Colin Cox, McKenna Quirk, and Sophie Cole. And congratulations to our blue ribbon winners in that class, Jace Riska. Jace, I'm super proud of you. Good job. Kara Cleese and Brandon Wyron. And with red ribbons, Brent Wildeboer, Emmett Zander, Keith Zander, and Wyatt Zander. I'm proud of all of you.
So if you're a family crowd, you can stack.
And coming into the ring for the final drive of senior showmanship, Isabel Gilliard, Sydney Kostecki, Courtney Frank, Savannah Kostecki, Kyla Nelson, Maddie Warren, Haley Wolski, Colin Cox, McKenna Quirk, and Sophie Cole. As we complete this last class of senior showmen, I'm trying not to get emotional because for some of these seniors, this might be their last showmanship class. We have some true seniors in this class who will never get to show sheep at the Western Montana Fair and 4-H or FFA again. I also want to just remind everybody that there'll be an hour break after the conclusion of this class. So we will be starting breeding sheep. So we will start breeding sheep at 1 o'clock. I know technically that's going to be like a 52-minute break, but we're going to start breeding sheep at 1 o'clock.
All right, how about a hand for this final class of seniors? Before I go any further or pick out my top 5, I just want to say all of you did fantastic. All 10 of you out here, really consistent as a group. This is how senior sheep showmanship is supposed to be. Most of you got that question almost completely right. The best that I've seen all year and probably the last couple of years when I asked that question. That's why I asked that question, is because there's so many facets to it. You can go down a lot of different roads. I simply asked them what Scrapey's was. And so most of you, like I said, got that almost completely right. I was very appreciative of that. But I think in terms of showmanship, you guys did a fantastic job. You should be very proud to come into this last class. They've called me in here today to give my opinion, and that's what it is today. If you're not ended up first, if you're not ended up second, and you thought you should have been, come back and talk to me after the class. I really like to talk about showmanship. I like to talk about animals or livestock in general. Come ask me any questions. For the parents in here, if you're upset, it's going to end badly for one of us, depending on how big you are. Might be me, might be you, I don't know. But no, just don't come looking for a fight. I'm more than happy to talk to individuals. I'm more than happy to discuss. This is my opinion, this is how I saw it today. There's a lot of good showmen in here, and there's probably about 3 or 4 that you could put into that top spot today in terms of senior chief showmen. So as we go through here, I'm going to give you my reasons. Hopefully you understand why. Maybe you don't agree. Everybody's got an opinion on livestock and showmanship, but hopefully you understand by the time I get done on the microphone. How about another hand for the seniors out here today? Okay. Watching these last few in here, as I go back, I've already picked my top 5 still showing. Shows you the amount of quality in this class. Young lady up here in front, I really like how you showed this lamb off. I think more than anything for me is those front legs and how far you get them back just a little bit. And I had to be pretty nitpicky in this class. You do a really good job with your stance. You're pretty comfortable that way. You do a good job with head placement. Rear legs, I don't really have a problem with all that much. Maybe just a little bit dropping that loin at times. But for me, it was kind of those front legs what kind of stuck in there today. But you were in the mix in that top 5 probably 2 or 3 times in this class, and I appreciate that from the young lady. Let's give her a nice round of applause for coming. Same thing with this young lady right here. Is I really like how you show this ewe lamb off. For me, it's more about your stance, and this is my opinion. You get that head forward just a little bit much. Even now, you're getting that neck tipped forward just a little bit, especially on a smaller ewe lamb like this. For me, it takes away from her balance. It makes her look like she's really extended up front, but she is a powerful ewe lamb, and she's got a ton of power in that midsection. So it almost makes her look PC to me when you get her on that stance. And again, I had to be pretty critical in this class, and I think you're doing a fantastic job out here. Let's give a hand to her and nice shoulder. The next 3 young ladies in line, the young lady here, you let that weather drop in his top just a little bit more through the class than I'd like to see. Really picking that rib up just a little bit. Big, soggy weather like this, especially weather that carries that muscling a little higher in that leg. Try and get those legs apart just a little bit more and then pick his rib up just a little bit, I think would help you. But a fantastic, very, very deserving to be in this last class. Thank you very much for showing this in this final. The young lady right here, I wish he would have worked for you just a touch better. He didn't want to really set up for you and show that much in this final class. He didn't really want to brace India all that much. He kind of half braced India and kind of half sat there through most of the class. And so that kind of left you down here. I didn't place any of these ones down here, so don't feel like you were first or last from this group, but very deserving to be in this last class. Let's give her a nice round of applause as well. This young lady's kind of a sleeper because she never really, the hard part about showmanship is it's all about first impressions. And you almost don't have enough intensity when you come in, and then you pick it up towards the middle of that show and really show this weather lamb off. You were another one that was in that top 5 a couple of times. I just wish you were more consistent on how you set feet and legs with him. If you could do that same consistency throughout the whole class, I think you would have been up in that top 5 today. Let's give her a nice round of applause. She goes back to the front. Okay. Really, in my mind, these top 3, you could come in and flip around. Another judge could come in and place second, first, or third, first. I think all 3 of them doing a fantastic job. The young lady that I chose in the grand really set her up nice. I really like it. You don't get those hind legs too far back because she's a little smaller type of a U, and a lot of people would try and really kick those back legs out, and I appreciate that. She's a tough one to try and set up, but in your callback class, she helped you in that line. She walked right into that set. You didn't have to move a leg, did nothing. And that's kind of how she was throughout the classes. She would walk into that set for the most part for you, and I appreciate that. The young lady that I put in reserve had to work just a little bit more with this ewe-lamb. She doesn't want to perfectly walk into that set for you quite as much. And then for me, every once in a while, and this is again a preference, you get that head back just a little bit too far because you're trying to push into that lamb and get it to brace. And she didn't really want to brace completely today. She was working at it, but it wasn't that 100% like we'd like to see. But that's being pretty critical of these 2. They're fantastic showmen. Let's give them a nice round of applause. This young lady with this bigger U here, a little bit tougher to try and show. You do a good job on this front end. For me, it was the back feet and legs, and she's so long back there that at a lot of times they get close together. And she's got a lot more power than that. You need to spread those hind legs back or apart just a little bit more. It'll also give her capacity. It'll also give her a lot more capacity as she shows off. But really, really nice job. How about a hand for your 3rd place? 4th and 5th for me, I think was kind of more of a personal preference. I really like this ewe lamb that you're showing off. I really like her in terms of how she's put together and her balance. A really, really good breeding type of a project, and I appreciate that. For me, it was more about a lot of times she wants to drop in that top just a little bit. She wants to get her front legs maybe just a little bit off. That's being really critical to those top 3 because they were a little bit shorter type of a lamb, and a lot of times a more compact type of lamb shows off better. You get a bigger type of a lamb like this, and sometimes those big, tall, lanky, or not lanky, big, tall fronted animals don't show off quite as well. You really have to be perfect on where you're setting those feet and legs. The 4th place is no slouch in this contest. You did a fantastic job. Nice job. 5th place for me, I think you as a showman, I wish she would have showed off a little bit better for you. She just kind of fell apart towards the end there, and she didn't want to show off. She didn't want to stay consistent. I wanted to get you higher in this class, but she just didn't allow that. So for me, still a good showman. How about a hand for that young man as he goes back?
Congratulations to our senior showman. That was a phenomenal class of showmen. And thank you to our judge, Travis Stanley, for working through that showmanship this morning. In 5th place, Colin Cox. 4th place, Isabel Gilliard. 3rd place, Courtney Frank. 2nd place, Savannah Kostecki. And in 1st place, Sydney Kostecki. Congratulations. Please don't forget to stop by the table and pick up your ribbons. All right, we are getting ready to start the breeding show at the 2020 Western Montana Fair.
You got everything you need?
And in our first class, this is a crossbred ewe lamb class. And for our judges' knowledge, we have two groups in this crossbred class, so two flights. And in coming into our first group, we have Braden Cooney, Aspen Courtney, Nolan Courtney, Harley Gilliard, Keely Hickson, Sydney Kostecki, Kyla Nelson, Maddie Lauren, and Brent Wildebor. Class 2, you may come into the barn and get your sheep ready. Abby Cox, Isabel Gilliard, Levi Hickson, Savannah Kostecki, Aiden Middlemist, Leah Nelson, Anne-Marie Sowers, Adam Wildebor, and Brandon Wyman.
He's out there putting Stanley.
Class 2, crossbred ewe lambs, come get your lambs. Line up at the cones. Class 2, crossbred ewe lamb. Abby Cox, Isabel Gilliard, Levi Hickson, Savannah Kostecki, Aiden Middlemist, Leah Nelson, Anne-Marie Sowers, Adam Wildebor, and Brandon Myron. And waiting to come into the barn, not called to the barn yet, but waiting, are Kyla Nelson, Leah Nelson, Anne-Marie Sowers, Maddie Warren, Adam Wildebor, and Brandon Wyron for the crossbred ewe 1 to 2 years old class. We will have a final heat. We have 2 heats in this crossbred ewe lamb class, then a final heat. And I realize that most of you I just called are showing a ewe lamb and have to go back and get your older ewes. So we know that. Nobody with this breeding show, because we can't, have a pin with all our sheep tied up to easily transfer. Holds are fine. I don't want anyone to panic. We'll give you the time you need as long as you use your time efficiently to get back and forth with your sheep.
about a hand for this first class? Really nice set of ULAMs that we have out here. I'm going to go through and try and touch on just a couple of things on each ULAM. But for me in this class, I think there's a couple that kind of end up towards the upper part of that. And I'm not going to call them back in any order, but I'm going to have two of these classes, so I need to have some callbacks. And it's going to be these three young ladies down here at the end. This young lady here, I was really on the fence with this little ULAM. She's put together fairly well in pieces, and then you get back behind her, and boy, for a ham, you really wish there was some more of her. She maybe gets a little bit lighter through her legs. She gets maybe a little narrower tracking than I'd like to see. And part of that is I just wish she had a little bit more volume. I think she's maybe going to grow into that a little bit. I think she's a little bit at her growth curve where she's not quite there yet, but I don't know that she's going to be that broody, deep-ribbed kind of a unit that, in my preference, is kind of what we want to see. So I went back and forth with her. I think she's got enough good in terms of her balance that I placed her up in this blue ribbon class. But that being said, I just wish there was more about her. She really gets off on her feet and legs pretty well. She fills the track nicely, and I appreciate that. I just wish she had a little bit more to her. So we'll give the young lady a blue ribbon for her ULAM that she brought out. Let's give her a good round as she goes back to the pin. This is one that I really like this U from that last rib forward. She's put together well. She's really nice up through her front end. I like her. And then she get back to that loin and she just breaks. She's short hipped. She gets really short strided off of those back feet and legs. And then she wants to come down in her pass turns just a touch more than I'd like to see. That doesn't mean that she's not a great ULAM, because she's definitely deserving to be in the blue ribbon class up at this end. I just couldn't bring her back for a few of those little holes that in my mind. But still, I mean, I really liked her in that front end. I wish we could put a different rear end on her, but you did a nice job picking her out. Let's give her a good round of applause for bringing that one out as well. The three that I have here are kind of similar in the fact that they're kind of built in pieces just a little bit. They're uneven in their thirds. I've got two here that are a little bit shorter front end, shorter neck type of lambs, and then they're really long middle. And then the young man's here really long out that front end, and then kind of short middle and on the way back. A lot of good quality that we have, and I think you could take these into a different management strategy and do pretty well with them. They're a little bit more average in terms of their thickness, their natural muscling and broodiness and femininity, so I'm going to leave them down in my reds today for that, but I think three individuals have done a nice job. Let's give them a good round of applause to go back. I struggled with her just a little bit because I think she's at an off stage in her growth right now. She's not going to be that big, heavy muscle camp that we'd like to see by any means, but she's got a lot of depth of rib to her. She's probably one of the most structurally correct ULAMs in the class. I just wish she was put together just a little bit differently. You get on the side profile of her, and she's really deep ribbed, and she's shallow up through her chest floor. She's short off her dock, and then she just kind of tapers off of that. Or not tapers, but just kind of ends off of that dock and down into her legs. So I went back and forth, but I'm going to leave her in the reds as well today. I just wish she was a little broodier, had a little more capacity to her. Let's give her a good round of applause for bringing out that
Congratulations to the participants in our first flight of crossbred ULAM. With red ribbons, we had Brent Wildebohr, Nolan Courtney, Aspen Courtney, and Braden Cooney. With blue ribbons, we had Keely Hickson and Harley Gilliard. And with purples, and coming back for the final flight, Maddie Warren, Kyla Nelson, and Sydney Kostecki. Crossbred Ewe Lamb Class 2. We have Abby Cox, Isabel Gilliard, Levi Hickson, Savannah Kostecki, Aiken Middleness, Leah Nelson, Amory Sowers, Adam Voldemort, and Brandon Wyron.
So
Gotcha.
yeah, is that early in here when you're getting here?
For our crossbred ewe lamb 1 to 2 year old class, Kyla, Leah, Amory, Maddie, Adam, Brandon. I know you're all in the barn at some stage, leaving, coming in, whatever. If you are done with your lamb from the ewe lamb class, just stay at your pen with your older ewe. You don't need to leave the barn. On deck for our 1 minute.
We had a ULAM that was actually in the market show, and so it actually wasn't supposed to be in there. And that's the one that you saw exit, so it wasn't, I guess it wasn't entered into this class, it's entered later into the market classes. I'm going to start off with, I'm going to go ahead and bring these three back for that overall. And I know I've only got 2 places and I brought 3 from the other one, but I think I've got 3 right here that need to be kind of in that final class. And we'll talk about them in that final crossbred class. So let's give these 3 young ladies a nice big round of applause. There's a couple more in this class I really want to talk about. This young man down at the end is a really stylish type of a ULAM. I really like the way she's put together. Maybe she's a little short-hipped as she gets out and tracks across the ring. She maintains a ton of femininity up through her front end, and she almost gets a little bit longer up through her front end and more extended than she does in the rest of her body. And so she's a little bit more extended through that front end than her midsection or off her hip. For me, she's a really well put together lamb, but I think 3 that were just a touch better, but really a nice type of young man should be very proud of bringing that one out. I'm going to go ahead and give this one a purple, but I'm not going to bring it back for that overall round. Let's give him a nice round of applause for bringing out that unit. I want to talk about these 2 next. This little ULAM that I have next in line. Again, a really nice type of a ULAM. Same thing I just talked about with that last one. Put together really well. Pretty feminine up front. I wish she had a little bit more chest floor. She wants to break right in front of her loin just a little bit. Even as she gets out and tracks across the ring. So just a couple little holes, but definitely a blue ribbon ULAM nonetheless. I appreciate that about her. Let's give ULAM and the exhibitor a nice big round of applause. I wish we could put the back end on this one a little bit different because she's so long through that middle and she's long up through her front end and then she gets short out of her hip. And I just wanted to see her put together just a touch better to be in that upper class, but really, really level for being that long-sided. I really appreciate how level at the top she is. She does break just a touch right, probably 10th rib or so, 9th rib, but it's not that bad, and you work with it, and I appreciate that. A lot of capacity, really, really pretty well on her front feet and legs. She gets a little bit lower on her rear pasterns than maybe I'd like to see, but definitely a blue ribbon type of a ULAM nonetheless. Let's give her a nice round of applause. 2 that are left, just a little bit smaller type of crossbred lambs or ULAMs that we have. I think both really, really good in their own right. A ULAM here, maybe I'd like to see with just a little bit more power over that rack and loin. She maybe gives that up, especially towards the front part of her rack. Same thing with the ULAM up there. She lacks just a little bit of that power, and I think part of it is there with just a touch of than some of the other lambs that we had, and they haven't quite got into that growth curve yet. Where we'd like to see them, but that being said, I think they're good enough quality. They easily go into that blue ribbon class as well today for ULAMs. Let's give the young man and the young lady a big round of applause.
Okay, congratulations to that crossbred ULAM class. With blue ribbons, Abby Cox, Levi Hickson, Anne-Marie Sowers, Adam Wildebor, and Brandon Wyron. Sorry, I said that wrong. Adam Wildebor. Brandon Wyron received a purple for the quality of the U, but is not being called back to the final drive. And in our final drive, we have Isabel Gilliard, Savannah Kostecki, and Aiden Middlemist. And returning for our final drive, we have Maddie Warren, Sydney Kostecki, Kyla Nelson, Savannah Kostecki, Aiden Middlemist, and Isabel Gilliard.
That's pretty good. Glad they done that.
My turn, don't do anything here. Yeah. We're gonna get rid of Go inside there. Yeah. We're gonna be here for a long time. Stay.
All right, how about a hand for this final class? Well, this is a pretty interesting class of crossbred ewe-lambs. I'm going to go through and just make a couple of comments on each one real quickly, and then I'll come back and pick the grand reserve. I'm just going to go down the line. This is no particular order. Young lady that I have up here in the front with this blue jacket on, I mean, you can't deny probably the powerhouse lamb, ewe lamb of the class. I wish she was a little more feminine and I guess like, cleaner up front. She gets a little coarse, especially through that shoulder. And as you watch her track off, maybe she's a little bit short and restricted when she gets off her feet and legs. But you can't deny her natural thickness and her capacity. The young lady that I have right behind her here, a little bit more of a feminine type of a ewe lamb. I appreciate that about her. I wish she was a little bit leveler and more consistent through her muscle pattern down her top, because she wants to break right behind her loin just a touch. And then as she gets off, maybe she's a little bit weaker in her pasterns for being a younger ewe lamb than maybe I'd like to see. The young lady that I have here next in line, really tall fronted, really extended type of a ewe lamb. I wish she was a little deeper rib for her overall makeup. She's really tall, but then she's not quite as extended out through her body as I'd like to see for her body composition. But a little bit different type of a ewe lamb nonetheless, but I really appreciate how she's put together. And she gets off and travels fairly well off those front feet legs. The young lady next in line here, really like this ewe lamb in terms of getting out and tracking across the ring. I wish she was a little bit more consistent as well in her overall muscle pattern. She gets just a little bit off from her rack back to her loin, and then she's a little bit short-fronted, she's a little bit short-necked. You were hoping I didn't miss that? A little bit. Coming back to the young lady here, you know, we've got a couple of older lambs up here that are a little bit bigger, and then maybe a lamb that's a little bit younger here, but the one thing I really, really appreciate is this ewe lamb is put together really, really well in terms of balance. I wish she was a little deeper ribbed and maybe a little bit growthier. That would change her balance just a little bit. But that being said, I really like how she gets off and tracks around the ring. And maybe I wish she was just a little different type, or a different spot in her growth curve, but really nicely put together nonetheless. The young lady back here, I wish I could put just a different rear end on this ewe lamb. She breaks really hard right there in front of her hip and right behind her loin. But from that last rib forward, I like how she travels. I like her depth of body for being a little bit younger than some of the other ones. She's really feminine up front, and I appreciate that. She's got a tremendous amount of chest floor, and I really appreciate that about her. I just wish she was a little bit different as she came back into that mindset. So I went back and forth with this in my mind just a little bit of what I liked, what I wanted to see. And for me, there's really 3 lambs in here that I think put a lot of that together. And so the 3 that I'm just going to pull out here real quick, and then I'll place 1 and 2, or you guys don't have to move, but I'll just name you off. The young lady here in the blue jacket, the young lady with this dark blue face mask, and then this young lady with this younger ewe lamb in this pink face mask were the 3 that I was kind of going for in terms of overall complete types of ewe lambs. I really like this little ewe lamb, this young lady's right here, and I'm going to name it Grand Champion for this crossbred lamb. For reserve, and I only have 1 other spot. You know, if you're going to go out and make club lambs, and you're going to go out and put some power into them, it's pretty hard to deny this one, and I'm going to use the young lady up here in the blue jacket to put in reserve. As we go through here, I've been asked by the health department that I no longer make any contact with the kids, so I can't fist bump, I can't high five, I can't shake hands, I can't do anything. So please know that I feel really sorry about that. I wish I could congratulate them in a different way, but the best I can do is go out and pat a lamb and send them on their way. But hopefully I give some critique. Hopefully they understand why I did it. That was a phenomenal set of crossbred ewe lambs. Let's give them a nice big round of applause.
Congratulations. Our first place crossbred ewe lamb goes to Aiden Middlemas, and second place to Sydney Kostecki. Those 2 lambs will be coming back for crossbred ewe overall. Right now we need to have class 4 crossbred ewes 1 to 2 years old, class 1. I need Kyla Nelson, Leah Nelson, Amory Sowers, Maddie Warren, Adam Wildebor, and Brandon Weiland. And I know that some of you were just out in that last flight. Okay. Class 4 is ready to come in. Kyla Nelson, Leah Nelson, Amory Sowers, Maddie Warren, Adam Wildebor, and Brandon Weiland. Class 5, you may get your ewes and come to the cones. Colin Cox, Courtney Frank, Evan McKinnon, Savannah Kostecki, and Brent Wildebor. That is the second flight of crossbred ewes 1 to 2 years old. Colin Cox, Courtney Frank, Evan McKinnon, Savannah Kostecki, and Brent Wildebor.
Okay, really nice class in this over 102 U class. A lot of differences, a lot of different types. They get a little bit older, and we can start to see some of that maturity. We can see with a little bit more certainty where they're actually going to be when they get done growing, when they get done filling themselves out and everything like that. So as we go through here, really appreciate the quality that we have in this class. I've got 2 of these classes that have been over 102, so I'm going to bring a couple back from here to go with whatever comes back from that other class. 2 in here I'm going to bring back are 2 that I think are put together just a notch better, but it shouldn't take away from anybody else. I think there's a really good group out here. I'm going to bring the young lady with the green mask back and the young man with his blue mask back right here. Let's give them a big round of applause for those 2. I'm going to come down here and talk about these 2 because I think pretty similar in type and kind, especially as you view them from behind. The young lady up here in front, I wish she had just a little bit more thickness to her leg as you work down and get behind her. But boy, she's put together really well from that last grip forward. She's really extended up to her front end. She's really good off her front feet and legs. I wish she was just a little bit more powerful when you get behind her for a cross grip. And obviously a cross grip where you're going for a meat type or a show-land type kind of I guess, program. The young lady here is similar. Oh, she's going to be in that blue ribbon class. Let's give her a good round before she ends. Same thing with this one here. I just wish when I got behind her, I wanted to see a little more of her. She gets really tight up high in her skeleton with her musculature and her natural thickness. For me, she steps out good. She really travels long and soft off her feet, and I appreciate that. I just wish she was a little bit better from behind. But that being said, still good enough quality to be in that blue ribbon class today. Let's give her a good round as well. 2 lambs that are left. For me, this view right here, super level down her top, and I really appreciated that about her. She was one of those ones I was on the fence with, and whether or not I bring her back for that overall round or not. She just carries everything so high in her skeleton. And I wish she had a little bit more rib to her. I wish she had a little bit more depth to her natural thickness to her to come back in that overall round. And I think she would have had she had that. But that being said, still a blue ribbon type of a U nonetheless. Let's give them a nice round of applause for that. I like parts of this U-Lamp a lot. I just wish she was put together just a touch better. She's almost a PC just a little bit when you view her from the side in the profile. You get behind her on top of her and she's great. She's wide down her rack and her loin. She's got some natural thickness as you move out over her leg. I just wish she was put together just a notch better for her. I think she's deep enough ribbed and has enough good in her. I'm still going to keep her in those blue ribbon category today. I just wish she was a little bit better balanced. Let's give her a nice round of applause as well.
Congratulations to our first flight of crossbred ewes 1 to 2 years old. With the purple and returning are Amory Sowers and Brandon Wyron. And with blue ribbons, Kyla Nelson, Leah Nelson, Maddie Warren, and Adam Wildebor. Coming in the ring now is our second flight of crossbred ewes. There are 4 in this flight: Colin Cox, Courtney Frank, Evan McKinnon, and Brent Wildebor. Hey guys. This is so confusing for me to decide who should stay in the barn and who needs to go. But before I can call in the crossbred 2-year-old ewes, I don't know what I need. I'm just confused. So with our crossbred 2-year-old ewes, we have Braden Cooney, Charlie Schwartz, Maddie Warren, Adam Wildebor, and Brandon Wyron. If you are not one of those people, could you leave the barn, please, until it's time for us to call your flight? And I know that's a little bit of back and forth, but we're not supposed to be having you cross each other in the aisle. So if you are not Braden, Charlie, Maddie, Adam, or Brandon, or if you're coming back in the flight with your 1 to 2-year-olds, you can stay in the barn. But if you're not coming back with 1 to 2-year-olds, or you don't have the first flight of 2-year-olds, I know that's all as clear as mud.
Okay, just 4 in the second class. These are still our crossbreds over 1 under 2. I'm going to go ahead and excuse the 2 ewes that I'm going to go ahead and bring back to go against that other class. It's going to be this young lady right here with this red, white, blue mask, and the young man up here with this blue jacket. I'm going to start to talk about the U, I guess it'd be the U up here. For me, I'd like to see a little bit more growth into her. For an over 1 under 2, maybe she's just a little bit smaller, a little bit narrower tracking as we get her off and track her across the ring. She's super level top, she's level out of her hip, and I appreciate that. She's really refined and feminine up to her front end. Appreciate that about her. I just wish she had a little bit more growth to her, because when it comes down to it and we're breeding these crossbred types, it's going to be pounds that really sell, whether you're going clublands necessarily for a look or commercial. You're still going to have that weight behind them to get them up and grow them and get them where they need to be. I don't think she's bad by any means, don't get me wrong. I just wish she had just a touch more to her when I get behind her. I'm still going to put her in just right on the borderline, but I'm still going to throw her up into that blue ribbon class today. I think she's got enough good into her, and she really is one of the most structurally correct ones that we've seen here today. Let's give her a nice round of applause for bringing out that youth. The young man up here has a completely different type from what we've looked at. This is a little bit more indicative of a commercial type of a ewe. Really, really big frame, growthy type of a ewe. Really, really long and extended out to her front end. She shows a little bit more Suffolk than she does any other breed, but she's still a crossbred nonetheless. For me, I wish she was a little deeper ribbed. For her size and for where she needs to be and putting pounds on the ground, and that's where we're at with a commercial type ewe, is she needs to be deeper ribbed and she needs to be thicker ended for having that more Suffolk or that more meat type base to her. I went back and forth on her. She's really structurally correct. She's really feminine out through her front end. I just wish she had some more growth to her, because I think part of it is where she's at in her growth stage. She might fill out in that second year, but I don't know that she's going to get there or not. So I'm going to leave her in my red stage just for that, but you've picked out some things that you really, really liked about her, for her length of body, her length to her front end, her structural correctness. I appreciate that about her. I just wish she grew out a little bit better for you. Let's give him a nice round of applause for bringing that thank you.
All right, congratulations to our exhibitors in Class 5, Colin Cox and Courtney Frank, who will be returning, and that group can come right back to the ring. Evan McKinnon and Brent Wildeboer. Brent had a blue and Evan had a red. So in the ring now is our last group, it's the final group to pick our first and second place crossbred ewe 1 to 2 years old. We have Anne-Marie Sowers, Brandon Wyron, Colin Cox, and Courtney Frank. On deck. And if you're not in the barn, come in the barn and get your sheep. Braden Cooney, Charlie Schwartz, Maddie Warren, Adam Wildeboer, and Brandon Wyron.
Okay, this is our final for the crossbred. Over 1 under 2 ewes. 4 really, really nice types of ewes. 4 very, very different types. Body types that we have out here, and I'll go through them just a little bit, but there's 2 in here for me that I think are put together just a notch better than the other 2. I'm going to go, in my mind, with one that's the most complete package. And for me, that's going to be the young man here we're going to put into first. Then I'm going to reserve the young lady with the green mask over here. And I'll tell you why here for just a second. I wish she was a little growthier for being an over 1 under 2. She's maybe a little bit light for me, but she is put together so well in terms of her balance and how she gets out and tracks across the ring. I really appreciate her for that. So in my mind, she's the most complete. Coming back to the one that I put in the reserve, she's just a big girl. I mean, she's stout, she's a brick. she's a little coarse in parts, especially as you get up to her front end. Maybe she's carrying just a notch more condition for me than I'd like to see right now. But that being said, she's got hands down the most capacity in the class, and she still gets out and moves on her feet and likes pretty well. So I appreciate that about her. Taking nothing away from the other two that we had, and I'll just talk about them real quick. The young man with this other U, for me, it's all about that last straight back, and I just couldn't get past it. She brakes pretty hard. She's really high up into her leg. She sets down on her pass turns pretty bad every probably other step or third step. So I just wanted to see her set up just a little bit different, but you can tell the kinds of things that you're trying to pick out in her, and I really appreciate that. Same thing with the young lady up here. I really appreciate her when I get over the top. She's probably one of the widest racked and loins U's in the class, and I really appreciated her for that. For me, it was kind of another one of those things when I watched her walk and track off, especially off her back feet and legs. A little short, and she wants to get down just a little bit, but she was one of those ones I kind of either wanted to put in the second or third in this class, just because she needs to be put together just a little bit better at that loin and hip juncture. But that being said, really a phenomenal type of U lad. You can take and breed her a lot of different ways and do really well with her. How about a hand for this class? Let's give them a nice round.
Class 7, Braden Cooney, Charlie Schwartz, Maddie Warren, Adam Wildebor. I know your name, I really do. Adam Wildebor. And Gus Turner. Gus, are you ready-ish? So the next class, Class 8, may come into the barn and get their U's and get ready at the cones. And Class 8 is Kara Cleats, Kyla Nelson, Anne-Marie Sowers, Brent Wildebor, Avery Uglas, and Gus Turner. Paracletes, Kyla Nelson, Anne-Marie Sowers, Brent Wildebor, Avery Uglas, and Gus Turner with your crossbred U's 2 years and older. Okay. On deck, waiting patiently outside the barn. Should be anybody with a crossbred U with Lammett's side. Heracles, Charlie Schwartz, Brent Wildebor, and Colin Cox. You are flight 1. I'll be calling you to the barn in a few minutes. You haven't found them, we did post the market classes. If you haven't had a chance to look at those, they are posted.
All right, first class of, we'll call them aged youths, anything over 2. Really nice group of 4. We've got a lot of different age groups in here. 8, 5, 3, and 4, I believe, if I remember correctly. So a lot of different ages, a lot of different history in the youths that we have out here. I'm going to go ahead and bring 2 back for that overall round, and 2 that for me I think are put together just a notch better. And one of them that, I mean, for 8 years old, she looks pretty good. I'm going to bring back these 2 right here for that overall age round. Let's give the young man a nice big round of applause. Taking nothing away from these up here, young man has a really nice type of a ewe lamb. It was one of the ones where I really wanted to bring this one back for that overall round. For me, I wish she was a little bit, I guess I wish she was a little bit deeper down through her leg. She carried out square out over her dock and through her hind saddle. But I think you can take and breed her in such a way that you can get some just smoking lambs out of her if you pick her to the right side. So for me, there's a lot of good in her. I just think there was 2 that were a little bit more complete and maybe held just, especially that 8-year-old, held to get together just a notch better in terms of age. And then the young lady with this blue ewe up here, for me, just got behind this ewe and she really carries that high. She kind of tapers off her off just a little bit more than I'd like to see and gets a little bit higher in her skeleton. But from that last grade forward, she's a pretty type of a ewe. They're both going to be in my blue ribbon class, the young man and the young lady here. Let's give them a nice big round.
Congratulations to the first flight of crossbred ewes 2 years and older, with purples and returning Maddie Warren and Adam Wildemore, and with blue ribbons Charlie Schwartz and Braden Cooney. Next in the ring is class 8, the second group of crossbred ewes 2 years and older: Kara Cleats, Kyla Nelson, Amory Sowers, Brent Wildemore, Avery Uglas, and Gus Turner. On down. And you may come into the barn. Kara Cleats, Charlie Schwartz, Brent Wildemore, and Colin Cox for your crossbred ewe with lamb at side, flight 1. Kara Cleats, Charlie Schwartz, Brent Wildemore, and Colin Cox. Obviously you have helpers in that class, unless you have magically trained sheep. So bring your helpers with you to handle their sheep as well, okay? So, exhibitors and helpers for class 10. Kara Cleats, Charlie Schwartz, Brent Wildemore, and Colin Cox. You may come into the barn and go to your pins. Shelvin. This is when we need you to help Charlie show that group. Cassidy Shelvin. If you are in class 11 or a helper for class 11, Maddie Warren, Avery Uglas, Adam Wildemore, Be ready. Don't come in the barn yet, but be ready, please.
Okay, so this is our second class for an aged ewe or an over 2 ewe in our crossbred classes. Really nice group that we have out here of 6. A lot of different types and kinds, but a really nice group of some good quality ewes. Really appreciate them. As we go through here, I'm going to go ahead and pick 2 back. There's a third in here that I'm going to go ahead and mention, but I'm going to bring 2 back for that overall round. It's going to be this young lady in the green mask and the young lady down here at the end with the blue mask. Now, I said there's a third one I'm going to mention. That's going to be this young lady down here, because a ewe lamb, or not a ewe lamb, but an aged ewe for me, that when you really watch her track off, you appreciate her off her front feet and legs. She's really square and upright in her front end. She maintains that and fills her stride really well as she gets out and tracks across the ring. Maybe you can see she's working her. She really wants to roach in that top a little bit. It levels out when she's walking, and so part of it is just how she's standing and trying to brace into you. But the biggest thing for me is for how deep ribbed she is and how much she has to her for capacity. She maybe needs just a little bit more natural thickness to her. She gets just a little bit light through her leg. I'm still going to go ahead and give the young lady a purple because I think she's got a nice, good quality type of a ewe here. Let's give her a good hand. Of the 3 left, I think three ewes that are very, very capable to be put into any production setting that you might choose to be able to do fairly well with them. I've got 2 on the end here that maybe are a little bit lighter. Maybe we'd like to see a little bit more natural thickness to them, a little bit more capacity, but probably of the 2 that we have, 2 of the most structurally correct that we went around. Give them some more chest floor, give them some more capacity, and maybe they'd be upwards in this class. But that being said, I think they've still got enough. I'm going to put them into that blue ribbon class today. How about a hand for the young man and the young lady down there? Another aged ewe who's a lot older than I thought she was when you bring her in here. I think she's put together and keeping herself put together really, really well for what her age is. She breaks just a little bit in her loin right now, but that's maybe being a little critical for an aged ewe like this. You said she was 8, correct? So not a lot of 8-year-old ewes look like that, so you really appreciate it for that. For having that ewe. For me, definitely a blue ribbon for being that old and coming out here. Let's give him that round of applause for bringing out that entry.
Coming back into class for the final drive of our crossbred ewes, 2 years old and older, we have Maddie Warren, Adam Wildebor, Emery Sowers, and Avery Ublis. On deck and anxiously waiting to be called in the barn should be the first flight of crossbred ewes with lambs at side. You should be in the barn already. You and your helpers should be in the barn already. Kara Cleats, Charlie Schwartz, Brent Wildemore, and Colin Cox.
All right, how about a hand for our final of our HU questions? I'm not going to talk a lot about these because I think they're all pretty similar and they're all really, really deserving to be in this class. For me, I'm just going to go ahead and do the first in reserve. I think two ewes that are put together just a notch better in terms of balance, have maybe some more natural thickness and overall more complete in terms of structure, femininity, balance, and having some natural thickness to them. I'm going to win with the young lady here with the green face mask, in reserve with the young lady right here next to her. Two that I have down here, I think maybe just fall apart just a little bit at the loin. And then, I mean, an 8-year-old, it's tough to keep them together and keep them that fresh for that long, but you know, it shouldn't be a shame to her at all. If she's 8 years old and looks like that, you're doing a lot of good things in your breeding program. If anything, I wish she maintained just a little bit more cleanliness up through her neck and front end. Other than that, two really deserving ewes to be out here in this last class. So give them both a nice round.
Okay. Congratulations. Our first place crossbred ewe went to Anne-Marie Sowers and second to Avery Ublis. All of you who were first or second, so Aiden, Sydney, Brandon, Anne-Marie again, and Avery Ublis, you need to be ready for a callback round in about 3 classes, so don't go too far away. Out of the barn, but not too far away. Right now we need crossbred ewes with lamb at side flight number 1, Kara Cleats, Charlie Schwartz, and Brent Wildemore. Okay guys, we're trying to sort a few things out here and we've had some scratches. Everyone else who has a U with lamb at side, Maddie, Avery, Adam, Leah, Braden, and Anne-Marie, come in with your helpers, get your U's, and come to the cones. But please try and maintain social distancing. So if we have to stretch out, make the line longer if needed, because we have these extra lambs in this class. Again, everybody else with a U with lamb at side and your helpers, come get your sheep ready.
Okay, so in our first class of a U with lamb, I've got 3 entries. I've got they're all aged U's, but I've got a U up here with a single behind it. The one in the middle is another single behind it, and then the one back here with the twins. I've got 2 places as we go up through here, but I don't know what's in that second class, so I'm going to bring 2 back from this class to go for the overall round. It's going to be this one up here in front with a single, and the one back here with the twins. Give both those individuals a big round of applause. Taking nothing away from the young lady with this U, you can really appreciate how much production you're getting out of her in the land behind her here. For me, it was just about how that genetics or how that offspring lined up a little bit better. I got a little bit more growth out of the single that we had, and then twins, you're always going to have more pounds out of when you really start to look at offspring. But that being said, I'm still going to put you in the blue ribbon class. I think you did a nice job. Let's give her a good round of applause for bringing that back here.
Congratulations to our purple ribbons returning in the next round, Charlie Schwartz and Brent Wildebor, and with the blue pair of cleats. It's going to take just a few minutes to do some swapping out here with kids and lambs. I'm looking for all U's with lambs at side, Maddie Warren, Avery Ublis, Adam Wildebor, Leah Nelson, Braden Cooney, and Anne-Marie Sowers. Okay, I think we're ready to go. We have Maddie Warren, Avery Ublis, Adam Wildebor, Leah Nelson, Braden Cooney, Anne-Marie Sowers, and their helpers. So you guys, as you come in the ring, I mean, again, do your best to social distance as you come in. I know it's hard, but just be patient and wait. Don't stack up too tight. And be heads up in the ring too, okay? Try to keep some social distancing. Okay, after we get done with this group, we have a final drive. are in the show ring right now, and you're not helping or showing in the next drive. I know you're focused and you can't hear me. Here's my thought process. When you come out of the ring, and helpers, you can help them. When they come out of the ring, if they need to come back for a callback, that's not really planned. If they're first or second with crossbred ewe lambs, 2-year-olds, or the yearlings, they should go stand in their pen with those sheep. Everyone else can leave the barn while we're doing the final drive of this.
second class of the crossbred, so ewe with lambs inside. Really, really good group. So I've got 6 entries out here. Really, really good group. Real quickly, I'm going to go through. I've got a ewe over here that's got a set of twins behind it. Really, really appreciate the amount of genetics that you're being passed on, and those, you can really see those genetics in the offspring. I appreciate that. Really pretty even and well put together. I mean, there's some holes in her, but I mean, she's a pretty good ewe nonetheless. Coming up here, I've got a blue-colored ewe up here that's a little bit older, but they've got triplets behind it. It's really hard to argue with the amount of pounds of offspring that you're putting down on the ground with her. I mean, you see all 3 of these, and that's just a tremendous amount of production that you're seeing out of here. Maybe there's some things that we'd like to change about her just a touch. But that being said, a really good group and really consistent group in her offspring. Coming up here, the young lady's got a set of twins behind her ewe. Again, really, really like, you can see her coming through in the twins behind her. Especially that one, that wether at the back, really, really appreciates the genetics that are being passed on, the production that you're getting out of it. The ewe that we have up here, for me, maybe a little bit younger type of ewe, so maybe we haven't completely come out of her growth curve. But that being said, that little one behind her is almost identical to her in the way it looks and that. I wish he was a little bit growthier for as older of a land as it is, but talk about well put together. I really appreciate that out of him. And then you move to a little bit different type and kind of a ewe up here with this ram at side. Really like how growthy he is and tall and extended. He needs to have maybe just a touch more to him, but I think part of that is his growth curve. As you can see, she's got a little bit more rib shape. She's got a little bit more to her. I think that's part of where he's at in his growth curve. Maybe just not right there, as I said. And then the young lady up here, really a nice type of a ewe. Again, a little bit younger type of a ewe, and so maybe she hasn't reached her full potential yet, but at the same time, really nice. A nice, I shouldn't say pair, but a nice ewe. So as you go through here and look at these, it kind of comes down to what are you after, what are you searching for, what's your management strategy, and I think everybody should be very proud of the entries that they brought up here. I'm going to pull back a couple to go for that overall ewe with lamb at side from the other couple that we brought back earlier. For me, I'm going to bring back 3 just because I think there's 3 that really deserve to be in this last class. And of course, it's the 3 with the most numbers in them. The young lady here with the green mask and the 2 entries behind her. Let's give them a nice round of applause. Now that shouldn't take away anything from the singles that we have out here, because you can do a lot with a single in terms of production. But in a class with you with lamb inside, it's all about numbers, it's all about production, it's all about genetics and offspring. And where they're only singles, they lack just a little bit where they're at. Could be young you, could have been off year, could have been something. That's kind of the ropes. But all 3 of these absolutely are blue ribbons. Let's give them a nice round of applause.
Congratulations to our purple ribbon winners in that class. Leah Nelson, Braden Cooney, and Amory Sowers will be coming back for the final drive. And with blue ribbons, Maddie Warren, Avery Eulis, and Adam Wildebor. Well, now bring in our final drive of ewe with lambs aside as soon as we sort out the congestion. You guys, just be patient, back up, try to do your social distancing in there. Try not to get too much of a crowd. I know it's hard. So our final drive in this crossbred ewe with lamb at sides will have Charlie Schwartz, Brent Wildebor, Leah Nelson, Braden Cooney, and Amory Sowers. And I know that Wildebors need to swap some sheep, so I've just relaxed for a second while we're waiting for them to swap sheep.
Okay, this is the final for our crossbred ewe with side. I've talked about them all just a little bit, or a couple of comments, so I'm not going to harp on them too much. I'll pick our Grand and Reserve, but I do want to say one quick little thing is everything that we're doing is still about ag, whether it's production, whether it's commercial, whether it's purebred, or whether you're going towards that shoreline type. It's all ag, and each one of it has its own industry. So I think all the entries you have out here could could fit into one of those categories. For me, it kind of comes down to what can you do the most with in terms of genetics, and what can you pass on with the greatest amount. I grew up in a commercial cow-calf. We raised some pigs, we raised some horses, we raised some sheep. My brother and sister-in-law have some club lambs right now. We've raised commercial sheep as well, and so when you go into it, I kind of fall back to my roots, and for me, I'm going to end up with a winner. I'm going to pick this ewe lamb with trips behind her, purely for the amount of offspring and pounds and everything else that you're seeing behind her. Let's give that young lady a nice round of applause. When it comes down to my reserve, I get to be a little pickier because I've got a couple of sets. And nothing to take away from the single back here, but for me it kind of came down to pounds and where we're at in genetic potential. I ended up going with between two sets, and it was between the young lady right here and the young lady right here. I like the balance of the young lady with the green mask and her ewe and lambs inside. I think we've got a little bit more of a difference between our two ewe lambs that we have behind her, and that's kind of where it felt for me today, is there just wasn't enough consistency in both of those lambs. And so I'm going to end up with a reserve with the young lady with the green mask. Let's give her a nice round of applause.
Congratulations, champion crossbred ewe with lamb at side to Braden Cooney, and second place to Anne-Marie Sowers. We are now ready for our crossbred champion ewe final drive. So I need the following exhibitors and sheep to come line up at the cones. If you're not in the barn, head in the barn. Aiden Middle Mist, Sydney Kostecki, with your crossbred ewe lambs. With your yearling crossbred ewes, Brandon Wyron and Anne-Marie Sowers. With your aged crossbred ewes, Anne-Marie Sowers and Avery Ubless. And with your crossbred ewes with lambs at side, Braden Cooney and Anne-Marie Sowers. Okay, we're ready to bring in this final drive. So first in we have Aiden Middlemas, who is the champion crossbred ewe lamb. I should say first place, it's a class. First place crossbred ewe lamb. And Sydney Kostecki, who is the second place crossbred ewe lamb. Then we have Brandon Wyron with the first place yearling crossbred ewe. And Anne-Marie with the second place yearling crossbred ewe. Then we have Anne-Marie again with the aged crossbred ewe, and Avery Ubless with an aged crossbred ewe. Then Braden Cooney with her crossbred ewe with lamb at side, and the second place crossbred ewe with lamb at side, which is Anne-Marie. So this class takes a little bit of sorting out as we get the first place winners in each class set up and the second place winners in each class set behind. So it takes just a little bit of organizing and these are the moments when people think 4-H and Africa are crazy. The winner in this class will receive a purple rosette, and the reserve champion crossbred breeding ewe will receive a lavender rosette. Those two exhibitors will come back at the end for the overall champion at the end of breeding. All right, Savannah Kostecki, Maddie Warren, Brandon Wyron, and Avery Ubless. Will you please come to your pens and get your ram lambs ready, and you can bring them to the cones. Brandon, I know you're out there.
Okay, so just real quickly, I've got my first and second in my ewe lambs down here. I've got my first and second in my over 102, my first and second in our aged ewe, and then my first in the ewe with lambs at side. She is also the second with her lambs at side, so that everybody kind of sort of knows what's going on. I only picked two in this class. I think all of them, like we said, a lot of good quality. This is probably one of the better sheep shows that you'll get to see in Montana, and so you should be very proud and very grateful that the youth out here worked really hard at bringing out the animals that they did. A lot of quality, a lot of really good ones. I'm gonna switch things up. We talked about production. We talked about offspring and everything else. I'm going to come back and for an overall, you got to have everything put together. And so for me, I'm going to pick a 1 and a 2 out here that I think are the most nicely balanced, the ones that probably have the most potential of everything in the class if they grow up the way I think they're going to. I'm going to come down here to the ewe lambs and put 1 and 2, stack them in the front, grand, and then reserve. Let's give them a nice round of applause. Taking nothing away from the rest of them, I really like the over 102 ewe of the young man's here. For me, I think she just falls just a little bit short on some base width and maybe some overall bone underneath her. The aged one of the young man's, I think really nice. She gets really long-sided and then kind of tapers out through her leg. The ewe with lambs at side, I mean, you can't deny triplets and the amount of production you're getting out of her. I just wish she was put together just a notch better. She gets a little bit flat, she gets a little bit short off her hind end, and for me, maybe that was just enough to put up in those ewe lambs, but a really nice set that we had out here. All of them very deserving to be in this last class. Let's give them all a big round.
Our next class is crossbred ram lambs, Savannah Kostecki, Maddie Warren, Brandon Wyron, and Avery Ubless. You can grab those sheep and come to the cones. Okay, so we're ready for our crossbred Ram Lamb class. We have 4 entries in this class. Savannah Kostecki, Maddie Warren, Brandon Wyron, and Avery Ulis. Adam Wildebor, you have your aged ram ready to go. Do you want to bring them over and wait at the cone?
Coming back in with the crossbred Ram Lambs or Rams under 1. Really a nice group. Pretty easily the most consistent class that we've had probably to date. I'm going to go through and just talk about them just real quick. Young lady over here, really a growthy, stretched out type of a ram. I really appreciate him for that. I wish he was a little bit deeper ribbed. He gets just a little bit shallow, and maybe he gets a little bit flatter in his muscle pattern than I'd like to see. I'd sure like to see him with a little bit more power, more masculinity, more depth. The young man next in line, maybe a little, it is the youngest ram in the class, maybe just a little bit more in terms of having some depth of rib. He almost wants to pinch right at his forerib when you're getting him on the profile right now. But really, really appreciate him over his top and out through his leg nonetheless. The young lady here with this blue ram, the biggest thing for me is I'd sure like to give him just a little bit more chest floor. He gets a little narrower tracking up front, maybe just a little bit narrow off the front end. But I think part of that is his growth curve right now, because he's got enough bone underneath him and he's got plenty of muscularity. So I think it's just a stage in his growth curve that we're seeing. Past that, maybe cleaning them up on his pasterns just a touch, strengthen them, especially a younger ram like this. We'd like him to stand up just a little bit more. Ram over here, really like him down his top and out through his leg. He's just tremendous in terms of some overall muscularity. If I could give him anything else right now, it'd be just a touch more depth. He gets maybe just a little bit shallow for where he's at, but I think, again, part of that is in the growth curve that he's at. I'm going to end up with 2 blues down here, the young lady and the young man. I'm going to end up with the ram up here in front, and second with the blue lamb right here. Let's give them all a big round of applause.
Congratulations on those crossbred ram lambs. Savannah Kostecki first, Maddie Warren second with purple ribbons, Brandon Wyron and Avery Ulis with blue ribbons. bring in, we have a single aged ram, and that will be exhibited by Adam Wildemore as soon as the catch pin's clear. And that will be followed by a yearling ram exhibited by Brandon Wyron. Again, in the ring, we have an aged crossbred ram. That is one that is 2 years old or older, exhibited by Adam Wildemore.
Doesn't seem like it. That's why it's all fenced off.
All right, just a single entry, but that shouldn't take away anything from this ram. He is just 2 years old. I really like how much depth of rib he has, how much capacity he has. Maybe we could square him up over his rack just a little bit, maybe give him a little bit more power over his top. But you know, not just because he's a single entry, but I think you've got a good start, a good quality type of a ram, and he should grow into something pretty good for you. He's got so much stretch to him and length to him. Really appreciate him for that. We're going to end up calling him back for that overall. Let's give him a nice round of applause.
Congratulations to Adam Wildemore with a purple ribbon, and we will see that ram back in just a moment. Adam, don't go too far. Maybe even just stand right there with him, because you're coming right back. Coming in the ring now, we have a yearling crossbred ram, 1 to 2 years old, exhibited by Brandon Wyron.
Again, just a single entry in this ram, over 1 or 2 class for the crossbreds. I really, really appreciate him getting around the ring the way he does. He travels out fairly well. Maybe he's a little tight off his rear legs, but that's maybe being a little critical. He's got plenty of bone underneath him to get over his top. He's got a tremendous amount of top to him. For me, maybe he's going to be a little bit big when he gets to his mature size. Maybe we could moderate him out just a little bit, but he's going to have plenty of depth of rib, it looks like to me, and plenty of muscularity. So, really nice type of a ram. We're going to end up calling him back for that overall round. Let's give him a nice round of applause as well.
Congratulations to Brandon Wyron with the purple with that ram, and he's just going to stay in the ring. So returning, we have Savannah Kostecki and Maddie Warren with their crossbred ram lambs. Brandon Wyron with a yearling crossbred ram lamb. Sorry. With a yearling crossbred ram. And Adam Wildemore with his aged crossbred ram. We will be selecting a champion and reserve champion crossbred ram and these members will receive rosettes. Next up, Hampshires. Courtney Frank, Isabel Gilliard, Keely Hickson, Levi Hickson, Savannah Kostecki, Sydney Kostecki, and Aiden Middlemist. You may come into the barn and get your Hampshire ewe lambs ready to go.
All right, I won't drag this on any further, but so I've got my first up front from my ram land down there, over 102, and then over 2 down at this end. One for me just kind of sticks out, especially where he's at in his growth curve and the way he's put together. I'm going to end up with a grand with my over 102. The young man's right here, and then I'm going to come back and reserve the young lady with the ram lamb down here. Let's give him a nice round of applause. Shouldn't take anything away from this age Grant down here. I think he's really going to put together a nice ram for you. For me, if anything, it was just that top line. I think the 2 that we put above it just a little bit stronger and better put together that way, but really a nice type of ram. Let's give the rest of that class a nice round.
Okay, we are ready to start our class of Hampshire ewe lambs. Courtney Frank, Isabel Gilliard, Keely Hickson, Levi Hickson, Savannah Kostecki, Sydney Kostecki, and Aiden Middlemist. Levi, it's okay, hon. Don't run. Levi, don't run. It's super slippery. I don't want your lamb to slide on that concrete. You're okay, honey. It takes a while for everyone to get in and get their halter off. You're good. Immediately after this class, we'll have Levi Hickson with a yearling ewe, Courtney Frank with an aged ewe, and then Courtney Frank with the yearling ram. I'm going to revise that statement. Immediately following this class, Courtney Frank will be in with a aged ewe, and then we will place the overall Hamp ewe. Then Courtney will be in with a yearling Hampshire ram. Immediately following that, we will be on to our Suffolk division. Brandon Wyron, Evan McKinnon, Brandon, and Brandon. Following Suffolk, we will be on any other breed. Be listening. Sorry, we're clarifying a few things. So Evan's already shown that ewe. So the Suffolk division will be all Brandon, all day.
Okay. First of all, really, really good quality sets of ewe lambs that we have out here. This is a pretty tough class. It's pretty deep. There's quite a few really, really good lambs in here that are maybe just a little bit off in their growth curve, maybe just not quite there in terms of filling out certain areas right to start with, and then we've got a little bit of age difference in some of them as well. But I've got about, let's say 4 in here that work up to the top for me. I'm only going to bring back 2, and that's just a little bit of me being a little critical and me wanting to condense my final overall round. But I'm going to come back and talk about those other couple just a little bit, because there's some really, really good lambs in this class. For me, I'm going to end up with the one young lady down there in the pink mask, and 2, the young lady in the blue jacket. Okay, so let's talk about a couple of these other ones, because I've got a couple more right up here in the front, are kind of the ones that I'm leaning towards. Bigger type of a ewe lamb. She's got a little more growth. She's got a little bit more potential to her. I really wish I could clean her up on her structure just a little bit, especially off her back feet and legs. That is probably the one thing that kept me from bringing her back, because she's got so much production to her. She's got so much thickness down her top. You're going to be able to breed her and do really well with a lot of different rams, and that's something that you can't always do, is choose from a lot of different sires to put on top of your females and produce some offspring. So I really, really like him or her in the aspect that you're going to have a lot of different options. Don't go anywhere. The other one I'm going to talk about is this young lady right here. I think for me, I mentioned the growth curve, and I think that's where she's at right now. She breaks right behind her loin just a little bit, and she's still just a little pinched up front, but she's starting to widen and she's starting to broaden in other places, and so she's maybe just a little off right now. But to me, both of the ewe lambs up here are going to be in my purple class today. Let's give both those young ladies a good round of applause. And that shouldn't take away anything from the 3 that we have back here. The young lady has maybe a little bit smaller type of a ewe lamb. The biggest thing for me is it kind of slopes off of that top, that rack, and that shoulder just a little bit more. And I think part of it's just maybe a little younger, and part of it just hasn't grown a little bit yet. The young lady here, for me, maybe a little quicker pattern, earlier maturing type of a ewe lamb. She's starting to put on maybe a little bit more condition than I'd like to see for the smaller stature that she is. I'd like to see some more growth out of her. And then the young man with this one back here, again, maybe just a little pinched up through that forerib, widen it out through that chest floor, maybe give it just a touch more bone and some more base width to really stand on top of. But all 3 of these are going to be in my blue ribbon class as well. Let's give them all a big round of applause as they go back.
Congratulations, blue ribbons to Levi Hickson, Keely Hickson, and Isabel Gilliard. A purple ribbon to Savannah Kostecki and Courtney Frank. And with
It's just using his old copy together. It is dangerous. It's that heat close style. Yeah, it is.
So it doesn't have a scale. The stuff that's in it there.
And it has scale in the bottom.
And coming back to the overall champion Hampshire U class will be Aiden Middlemist and Sydney Kostecki.
It's on a trailer.
Oh, really?
Stuff that's in it.
Coming into the ring as soon as she swaps sheep will be Courtney Frank with a aged Hampshire ewe.
Yeah, you do.
Yes.
All right. We have a 2-year-old ewe exhibited, 2-year-old or older, aged ewe, exhibited by Courtney Frank. She will come back in with a ram. Brandon Wyron should be ready to go with a Suffolk ewe lamb, followed by an 8-yearling Suffolk ewe. Brandon, do you have your ewe lamb ready? Okay, and your aged ewe, you got your aged ewe ready? Sorry, yearling ewe. I mean, it's more aged than a lamb.
The single entry, so we don't have a lot to talk about in this class, but just a ton of bone underneath this ewe for being 4 years old. I really appreciate it for that. Maybe we could clean her up, maybe just to make her a little bit more refined up through her head. That being said, she's got just a ton to her. She's really got a lot of capacity and rib shape, and I appreciate that about her. We're going to ask her back for that overall round. Let's get the young lady a nice big round of applause.
Congratulations to Courtney. She received a purple in her Hampshire ewe 2 years and older class. Aiden and Sydney, please be ready to go back in with your Hampshire ewe lambs. Aiden and Sydney, be ready to go back in with your Hampshire ewe lambs.
So you don't need anything? I don't need anything from you except that.
All right, just a single entry in this ewe with lamb at side. We've seen both of them before in respective classes, but just a really nice to see that genetic line and what's being passed on from that mother to offspring. So we're going to invite her back for that overall round. Let's give her a nice round of applause for bringing out that entry.
In our Hampshire Champion ewe class, we have Aiden Middlemiss and Sydney Kostecki with Hampshire ewe lambs, Courtney Frank with an aged Hampshire ewe, and Courtney Frank with a Hampshire ewe and lamb at side.
Okay, as we go through here, I've got my winner from my ewe lambs, and I've got my aged, and this aged is also with the ewe with lamb at side. I'm going to go ahead and get it out of the way here real quick, but the aged ewe with lamb at side, I really like what she's passing on, and we talked about that one and then structure just a little bit, things like that, but you don't see it as much in the ewe, and so I think it's one of those things that maybe just came through as a little bit of an oddity. That being said, I'm going to end up winning with the HG with Lamont side. Then it comes down to what do we do between that HG who's reached her potential and where we go with the ULAM, where I think I know what she's going to be, but I'm not quite sure. I wish she was a little bit more extended. I wish maybe she was a little longer, but that might come with some growth. And if I'm seeing her right, I think she's going to end up looking just a little bit better than this HG, and so I'm going to end up reserving with that ULAM right here with the young lady with the mask. Let's give them all a big round of applause.
Congratulations to Courtney and Frank, Grand Champion Hampshire U, winning with her U with Lamont side. And Reserve Champion Hampshire U goes to Aiden Middleton. Girls, you'll receive rosettes for that placement. Next up we have Courtney and Frank with a Hampshire Ram, aged 1 to 2 years old. And on deck we have Brandon Wyron with his Suffolk display. Brandon is showing a Suffolk U Lamb and an H Suffolk U. We'll bring both those into the ring at the same time. And then Brandon has a yearling Suffolk Ram that he will show as well.
Really good entry the young lady has hit this Ram over 102 in our hand division. Really appreciate how he walks out. He's got some power, he's got some muscularity to him. I appreciate that. If anything, he pinches right at this forerib and right up there behind his shoulder. I'd sure like to widen him out just more, give him some more capacity and width to his chest more, but nonetheless, just a good specimen in terms of what you brought to the entry. We'll ask her back with that one overall. Let's give her a nice round.
Oh, no, you're thinking of Ryan.
Hey, all right, so we only have the one Ram in the ham division anyway. So when you look at this Ram, for me, he's worthy of being there. We're going to end up with the young lady in a grand for that overall Ram. Let's give her a good round before she gets too far.
Exhibiting Brandon Wyron, exhibiting a yearling Suffolk U.
Show that we went to this year.
Oh, yeah. Quiet in the store.
young man's got 2 entries out here. He's exhibiting the one, and she's exhibiting the other one of his entries. We've got our ULAM here closest to me, and then our over 1 under 2. Really reminiscent of more of a commercial-based type Suffolk. A little bit taller, a little bit framier, a little bit more growth on them. We're starting to get to where the Suffolks are starting to deepen up just a little bit if we can get there, and especially with your over 1 under 2, I'd like to get here a little bit more depth. That being said, these are the only 2 females that we have in our Suffolk classes out here. I'm going to end up winning with your ULAM and then reserve with your over 1 under 2. Let's give them a nice round of applause for bringing up those.
That's impressive. 2 weeks later, it's back. But
Coming into the ring now is Brandon Wyron with his yearling Suffolk Ram. And congratulations to Brandon with his Suffolk Youth. Both received purples. The Lamb was champion and the older youth was reserve champion. Next up, we should have Adelaide Sugden. She has a ewe lamb and a ram lamb entered in the any other breed division. Adelaide Sugden with her ewe lamb and ram lamb. They can come and wait at the cones. Okay, everybody who was a champion or reserve champion should be ready. They can come into the barn and get their animals ready.
yeah, we enjoyed it.
I'll read those names after the judge does these reasons.
Just a single entry in this over 1 under 2 Suffolk Ram class. Really, really nice type of kind. We talked a little bit about Suffolks. We're trying to keep them up just a little bit. We're trying to get away from all that leg underneath them. But the hard part is all that growth and skeleton. It equates to pounds in the end in a live weight standpoint. It doesn't necessarily do them any more justice on the rail when we get the belt off them. But that being said, that's why it's stayed a trend for so long. So that'd be my only critique on him. He's pretty good. He's really long. He's pretty stout for that type of a Suffolk, and I appreciate that. We're going to end up with a grant for the young man for his single entry. Let's give him a nice round of applause.
We're not. We just did.
There's so many people
Congratulations to Brandon with a purple and grand champion Suffolk Ram. In the ring now we have our 2 entries in the any other breed division exhibited by Adelaide Sugden. We have a ewe lamb and a ram lamb. On deck is our overall grand champion ewe class. Aiden Middlemist with a crossbred ewe lamb. Sydney Kostecki with a crossbred ewe lamb. Courtney Frank and Aiden Middlemist with Hampshire ewes. Brandon Wyron with his Suffolk ewes. You can be you can bring those up to the cones and be ready to go in. Again, Aiden with your crossbred champion ewe. Sydney with your crossbred reserve champion ewe. Courtney with your champion Hampshire. Aiden with your reserve Hampshire. And Brandon with your champion and reserve Suffolk. Okay, market folks, I know this is what you've been waiting to hear. Moms and dads, wake up all the kids from their long afternoon nap. Market class, our first class of feeder lamb should be ready to go at 4:30. With any luck, I'll be calling you into the barn shortly before that, okay? So all you market kids, go start getting ready. Nobody panic yet. Nobody has to panic yet. We have a few minutes for that. But our goal is to have you in here at 4:30.
All right, the young lady here has 2 Icelandics. She's got her small little ewe, the more brownish one, and then we've got a ram. They're actually twins. So really nice to see in terms of how similar they are. Obviously, you know, your ram's got a little bit more growth to it. It was the bigger of the 2, I'm sure, from the get-go. But a really nice type and kind. They're super structurally correct. Really good in their lines, and when you start looking and evaluating their fleece, really even from shoulder to britch, really fine, which typically Icelandics are. You don't get a lot of poundage off them, but typically they're for home spinners or something like that. So they're kind of sought after for those types of things. But I think the young lady's doing a fantastic job. We're going to end up with a grand or a purple with her ewe in the females, and then a grand with her ram in the male end of it. Let's give her a nice round of applause for bringing out these entries.
Congratulations to Adelaide Sugden. She received a purple and grand champion any other breed ewe with the one she has in the ring. And she received grand champion and a purple with her any other breed ram lamb. We are now ready to do our overall grand champion. Okay, we're now ready to do our overall champion ewe. We have Amy Middlemist and Sydney Kostecki with crossbred ewes, Courtney Frank and Aiden Middlemist with Hampshire ewes, Brandon Wyron with 2 Suffolk ewes, and Adelaide Sugden with an any other breed. Exhibitors with champion rams, Brandon and Savannah with crossbreds, Courtney with the Hampshire, and Brandon with the Suffolk. Those will be the next class.
Okay, I kind of knew what we were going to do before they came out, but just a really good showing of quality sheep that we've had out here all the way through the ring, and different breeds and different age classes. So really like the quality. Very impressed with what they brought out in terms of genetics and what they brought out for the overall usefulness of the animals that they brought out here. For me, I'm going to come back and kind of pick them as a pair, and I've got 2 out here that match up really well in type and kind, and that's going to be the young lady here with the pink and the young lady in the blue jacket. We're going to stack them 1 and 2 from that division.
Congratulations to Aiden Middlemist, who was the grand champion U at the 2020 Western Montana Fair, and reserve champion U to Sydney Kostecki. Congratulations, ladies. Next in the ring, we will have our champion Rams. Aiden and Sydney, you need to stay at your pins and be ready to come back in with those grand and reserve U's. So please stay at your pins. Aiden and Sydney, stay at your pins. Coming back in for champion Ram, Brandon Wyron and Savannah Kostecki with their crossbred Rams. Courtney Frank with her Hampshire Ram, Brandon Wyron with your Suffolk Ram, and Adelaide Sugden with your any other breed Ram. You guys can come back in as soon as you get collected. As we're waiting for these Rams to collect, we would like to congratulate Courtney Frank. The judge has selected her ewe with lamb at side as the grand champion ewe with lambs. Congratulations, Courtney. Immediately following the selection of our grand and reserve champion Rams, we will keep the grand and reserve Ram in the ring. We'll bring in our grand and reserve ewes and pick the grand and reserve breeding sheep of the fair. This should be our last. No, we're waiting for one. Who are we waiting for? We have Brandon and Brandon. Do we have both yours, Brandon? And Savannah. And Courtney. And Adelaide. Again, out there in Pod World, we will be getting started with our market show very close to 4:30. Our first class has 3 exhibitors: Cassidy Shelvin, Scotty Smith, and Joel Stanley.
Okay, we've chatted about these just a little bit, so I won't draw this out too much. Really, really nice set of Rams that we have out here in all different, not only breeds, but age ranges as well. There's 2 for me. I'm going to kind of stay true to where I was going at with the females, and there's 2 out here that for me line up in terms of same type and kind and really put together fairly well and complete. For me, I'm going to come over here and stack them from this group. I'm going to end up with a grand with the young man right here and the reserve with the young lady right behind me.
Congratulations to Brandon Myron with his grand champion Ram, and to Savannah Kostecki with her reserve champion Ram. Coming back into the ring will be Aiden Middlemist and Sydney Kostecki with their grand and reserve champion ewes, and the judge will select a grand champion and a reserve champion breeding sheep of the fair.
Put everything we have into it. Oh, they put everything, they're right on top of it, yeah. Yeah, no, our girls are
Yeah, we were just talking about it. Right? So I wondered about that too. Cocoa apps. Cocoa apps. No, well, no, stay here.
Okay, this is for that overall Grand and Reserve from all across the breeding. I always find this really difficult, trying to judge the rams next to the females, whether it be ewes or aged or over 1 or 2s. It just becomes really, really challenging. What do you put more emphasis on? You know, for me, I'm just going to go with type and kind, and in my mind, what I think is going to be the most complete at its end point in terms of balance, having some structural correctness, making sure that we have just a good put together set. And so in my mind, I'm going to end up winning with the young man there that we had won in the ram. He's going to end up our first. I won't stop you from applauding. The second really becomes a challenge between our second place ram and our first place ewe lamb. You could come in here and flip these 2 different ways. I'm going to end up with the ram lamb in second, or reserve overall. So we're going to give it to the males today. Let's give them a nice round of applause.
Congratulations, Brandon Wyron, overall Grand Champion Breeding Chief, and to Savannah Kostecki with the Reserve Champion Breeding Chief at the Western Montana Fair. Thank you, and thank you, Travis, for taking the time to work through those breeding projects. Our kids work hard all year long to bring us those quality animals, and it's nice for them to get such a thorough evaluation of where they are with their project. All right, we are ready to get started with our market show. Our first class in the ring will be our feeder lamb class. We have 3 entries in this class: Cassidy Shelvin, Scotty Smith, and Joel Stanley. Class 2, you can bring your lambs out to the cones. Olivia Wheeler, Adam Wildebohr, Leah Nelson, Kara Cleats, Jay Striska, Caitlin Palin, Nolan Courtney, Ellie Booker, Brent Wildebohr, Autumn Shelvin, and Evan McKinnon.
or 3 lambs that we had that didn't quite make weight for the market lamb show. So we're going to judge them as feeders, and what that means is we place a lot less emphasis on how much finish or how much fat they have on them, because we're still going to go back, we're going to put them on some feed probably, and trying to get them up at a little higher weight so we can get some finish on them. And as we do that, I think we've got 3 lambs here that are going to be pretty good lambs when they get to that heavier weight. There's a couple of lambs in here that are a little bit bigger, our 2-end lambs, I think can put on some more weight than our middle lamb can. They're going to be up in that 130 range if they were to get truly done. Whereas the lamb here in the middle, I think, would be in that 120s or maybe just a touch lower when that little ewe lamb is done. That being said, I think all 3 of them are pretty good lambs. For a feeder class, I'm going to put all 3 of them in the blues today. Let's give them a nice round of applause for bringing up this one.
Congratulations to Cassidy Sheldon, Scotty Smith, and Joel Stanley with blue ribbons. Next into the ring will be class number 2. These are lambs who weigh between 106 and 117. Olivia Wheeler, Adam Wildebohr, Leah Nelson, Heracles, Jace Riska, Caitlin Palin, Nolan Courtney, Ellie Booker, Brant Wildebohr, Adam Sheldon, and Evan McKinnon. Waiting to come in the barn should be exhibitors for class 3. If you're in class 3, you should not be in the barn yet. Class 3 has not been called to the barn yet. Just realized we had a communication, maybe clarification to make. So the class we just completed was the feeder class. According to the schedule, the class that's in the ring is what says 1 on the posted schedule. We apologize for that and we will correct our terminology. So this is class 1 in the ring. Olivia Wheeler, Adam Wildebohr, Leah Nelson, Heracles, Jace, Caitlin, Nolan, Ellie, Brent, Autumn, and Evan. Ready to come in the barn, and you may come in the barn and get your lambs, is posted class 2. Anissa Spalding, Abby Cox, Sophie Reeves, Chloe Rogers, Hebron Glidewell, Sophie Cole, Gabriel Slater, Charlie Swartz, Antonetta Oxner. You may come in and get your lambs.
this first class of market lambs. I'm going to go ahead and have our callbacks from this class to go for callbacks from the next subsequent classes. We've got 4 classes of market lambs, and so the callback ones that we have, I'm going to go ahead and wait and talk about them at the end. These aren't going to be in any particular order, but I think for me, I've got some lambs out here that are going to be pretty good. Even though in this lighter weight, they're going to be pretty good in that final class. It's going to be my 2 lambs up front and this little blue lamb right here. Let's give those 3 individuals a big round of applause. Two lambs that I have left up in this line, and again, these are not going to be in any particular order. I've got this little black lamb right here. Probably of the group is the furthest along in terms of his finish. Finishing just a little bit quicker, and part of that's because he's a little bit lighter muscle, a little narrower tracking than a couple of the other lambs that we had. But I think he's done a nice job of getting the lamb to where it needs to be. I don't think the lamb has quite enough finish on him yet, but I think a lamb that's getting closer than some of the other lambs in the class. Same thing with this lamb here, a lamb that's maybe a little bit further along in its finish than some of the lambs we put behind it. I'm going to have these 2 lambs that are closest to me up here in this line. They're both going to be in my blue ribbons today. Let's give them a nice round of applause. And as I went down here, I don't have to place them in any order, but I will place them according to ribbon colors. I just went down the line and started picking some out. When it comes down to it, I've got 6 lambs that just need more time in the bunk. They're not quite there in terms of finish, they're not quite there in terms of fat, and that's where each one of them kind of falls today. There's a few little things that we can talk about, but when it comes down to it, they just don't have enough input for feed. And what we really mean by that is when we hang these lambs on the rail, there's 2 things that we're worried about. One is that product being a consumer-ready product, having some taste, having some tenderness, stuff like that. That intramuscular fat or marbling really helps with that. But 2, it is that back fat on these lambs and the flank streaking. And what that does, especially the back fat, is we want to have them at 2/10 of an inch, because our biggest problem with lambs is they only dress 50 and 55%, so we get them to the rail, and then if they don't have that amount of back fat, we get a whole bunch of cooler shrink and we lose some product. And so we've got to have them at that back fat in order to maintain not only a good product, but the amount of product that we get in the end. And when it comes down to it, we've just got 6 lambs here that just didn't grow out for you nearly as well as you would have liked. I think almost each one of you told me that your lambs weren't quite ready yet, or they were almost there, or something like that. These lambs just aren't done. So I'm going to leave them in my reds today strictly for that reason. But we've got some lambs out here that have some length beside, have some length behind saddle, lambs that have some growth to their skeleton, and I appreciate that. They just can't go any further with the amount of feed or lack of finish, more aptly put, for the lambs that we have today. Let's give these 6 individuals a big round of applause.
Congratulations to Class 1. With red ribbons, Evan McKinnon, Ellie Booker, Caitlin Palin, Jace Riska, Kara Cleese, and Olivia Wheeler. With blue ribbons, Adam Shelvin and Nolan Courtney. And with purple ribbons and returning for our final drive, Brent Wildeboer, Leah Nelson, and Adam Wildeboer. Adam, Leah, and Brent, you should take your lambs to their pens. You will not be ultrasounded right now. Class 2, we should have Anissa, Abby, Sophie, Chloe, Hebron, Sophie, Gabriel, Charlie, and Antonetta. Okay, Class 3, you may come in, get your lambs cleaned up, and come to the cone. Madeline Lauren, Kara Connolly, Haley Wolski, Abby Finley, Allie Gonzalez, Cecilia Huckabee, Axida Glidewell, Wyatt Zandrak, and Kyla Nelson. Get your lambs cleaned up and I'll bring them to the cones.
How about a hand for the second class? Well, this was a lot tougher than that first class. I think we've got some lambs in here that are pretty consistent as a class. And we've got a lot more lambs in here that are finished. And so, while my lines might not make much sense right now, they will here in a second. First off, I've got this front end line, I think, that are the 4 lambs at the top end of this class. I think they're just a little bit more ready in terms of finish. They're maybe just a little bit more even in terms of the way that they're put together. And so for me, I'm only going to bring 2 back from this class. And it's going to be this young lady right here with the blue mask and the white shirt, and the young man with this green mask on right here. That shouldn't take away anything from these 2 lambs. The lamb that we have here, the young man's this weather lamb, kind of breaks at his loin just a little bit, but I think you've done a nice job of finishing him out. He's close anyway. I think you're right. I think he needs just a little bit more. You were a little bit unsure on what I was asking, but that being said, I think he could use just a touch more in terms of finish. The lamb down there, same type of thing. I wish he was a little heavier. I wish he was a little bit further along in terms of that finish. Both of these lambs are going to be in my blues today for the young lady and the young lady. I'll send them away with a nice big round of applause. And then I have 5 lambs over here that I kind of went back and forth on. I've got some maybe taller lambs right here. 2 lambs I think that are a little growthier that maybe aren't done yet in terms of finish, but they're getting there. And then I've got a couple of lambs. The lamb over here, this little blue lamb. Even though he wasn't working for me, I didn't take that into account. For me, he kind of gives up that strength and that dimension as you get further back into his hind saddle, and it loses and tapers down into that loin. And then I've got 2 lambs over here that I think are similar. They kind of slope off of their rack just a little bit more, but it's pretty tough to see these in that next category down. So these 5 are going to be in my blues as well.
Congratulations to our exhibitors in Class 2. With blue ribbons, we have Anissa Spalding, Abby Cox, Sophie Reed, Sophie Cole, Gabriel Slater, and Antonetta Oxford. With purple ribbons, Charlie Swartz and Chloe Rogers, and they'll be returning for the final drive. Next up, we have Class 3, Madeline Warren, Kara Connolly, Haley Wolski, Abby Finley, Allie Gonzalez, Cecilia Huckabee, Atsude Glidewell, Wyatt Zander, and Kyla Nelson. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, if you've already been ultrasounded, your lamb needs to go back in its pen ASAP. Or in its trailer. If you're waiting for a call back, take your lamb to its pen and stay at your pen with your lamb. Okay, Class 4, Tennyson Smith, McKenna Quirk, Emmett Zander, Avery Ublis, Braden Cooney, Keith Zander, AJ Sharkey, Gus Turner, and Willa Roster. You may go to your pens and bring your lambs to the cones.
Okay, I did differently on this line. I've got 4 lambs here. And I invite all 4 of these back for that overall. I know I'm picking a little deep, but as we get to that final round, I have to have it face down through my final class. And I think the ones we picked so far are very deserving to be in that last class. Here, start off with the young lady in the blue lamb, that ewe lamb. I wish she had just a little more time on her. She's a little fresh, she's a little lean over her rib. I sure like to see her finish. She's got carried that leg a little bit more pulled out off. But that being said, she's in my blue ribbon class. Round of applause. The young lady with this blue weather, for me, very, very similar. I really wish he had just a touch more finish on him. He's just a little bit light. He's a little bit too fresh for me today. Tremendous amount of width and dimension through that chest floor, and I appreciate that. You get over the top of him, maybe he works into a little bit lighter of a loin as you get into the further end part of his hind saddle. But that being said, really nice type of a lamb. He's going to be in my blue ribbon class as well today. Let's give her a big round of applause. Bring it up. This one I went back and forth on because I'm not sure this lamb is quite ready yet. I think if this lamb was a little heavier muscled, I think it'd be a different standpoint from where I at. But the lamb for me walks and tracks a little bit narrower, wants to slope off of that top just a little bit more, and so I think for the degree of finish that it has on it, it's pretty close, and it's close enough for me to bump it up into that next ribbon color. But it's one of those ones that's right on the fence. I think she did a nice job of getting out here and getting it ready for show. She'll be in my blues as well. Let's give her a good round. I wish both these lambs had some more time on feed. The young lady's lamb here, I really, really appreciate him. Maybe he's a little bit lighter through that leg than I'd like to see. You get behind him and you want to see more of him, but that being said, he's just not. He needs some more finish. He's really great over that fore rib, and as you come back into that latter rib, and then you work him down his spine and back over his hind saddle, and I just don't think he's got that 2/10 there for me today. So I'm going to leave him and the young man's bigger, taller, growthier type of a lamb. I'm going to leave them both in the reds today. Just plain and simple, I just don't think it's quite right yet today. Let's give both the young lady and the young man a big round of applause.
Congratulations to Class 3 with red ribbons, Wyatt Zander and Madeline Warren. With blue ribbons, Kara Conley, Abby Finley, Cecilia Huckabee. And with purple ribbons and returning to the final drive, Haley Wolski, Ali Gonzalez, Atsida Glidewell, and Kyla Nelson. Congratulations. Coming into the ring is Class 4. This is our last group of market lambs before the final drive. Coming in, we have Tennyson Smith, McKenna Quirk, Emmett Zander, Avery Hugles, Braden Cooney, Keith Zander, AJ Sharkey, Gus Turner, and Willow Roster. Those of you from classes 1, 2, and 3 who will be returning for the final drive, you can bring your lambs to the cones. Adam Wildebor, Leah Nelson, Brent Wildebor, Chloe Rogers, Charlie Swartz, Haley Wolski, Ali Gonzalez, Atsida Glidewell, and Kyla Nelson. Ladies and gentlemen that are in the ring right now, when you guys come out of the ring, I need you to go to your pens and stay with your lambs and your pens. They're too backed up at the ultrasound for you to walk over there. Anybody that's getting called back will walk around and get in the back of the line for the champion dress. If you're not getting called back, you're going to go to your pen and stay in your pen until we have a little more room at the ultrasound station.
All right, how about a hand for our final class of market? As we get into some of these heavier weight lambs, you typically see some lambs that are maybe either slightly overdone, or some lambs that really have a lot of growth to them and a lot of skeleton, but you don't typically have that overall thickness and muscle to them. I'm going to have 2 callbacks from this class to go for that overall round. The 2 that I'm going to call back are going to be these 2 young ladies right up here in front. Coming back to this line here, that's a profile view. I've got some lambs out here. I've got a young lady who's got a weather lamb here. For me, I just wanted to see more of him when you get behind him and handle it down his leg. He gets a little narrower track, a little bit flatter in his muscle pattern down through his leg than some of the other ones that we put above him. But that being said, I think you've done a nice job of feeding him where he needs to be. And so in my mind, that kind of bumps him up into that blue ribbon class. So that's where I'm going to leave you today. Let's give her a good round of applause for that. I struggled with both these lambs because both these lambs, when you get behind them, they want to taper off their dock just a little bit. They want to slope off of their rack. But I think 2 lambs that for me are going to have some carcass to them, they're just not going to get up into that carcass quality grade because they're not going to have that shapely of a carcass when you get them hung on the rail. But I think you fed them out to their end point really well. And to me, that's worth quite a bit. So you're going to be in my blue ribbon class as well today. Let's give both of them a nice round. You want somebody to feed your lambs, you come to this young lady right here. She's got the heaviest lamb, the heaviest wether out here at 160 pounds. And, you know, really surprisingly enough, when I saw that weight on the list, I thought, well, it's either going to be a shorter lamb or a really tall lamb. But a wether lamb that really carries this 160 pounds pretty well, and I appreciate it for that. He's really long and extended up through his hind saddle and up through his loin. He's getting a little big for me at 160 pounds when you really start to look at the Lamb Carcass Merit Program and you start to look at where we're at for our industry and where we want those carcasses. So he's maybe just a little bit heavier on the light weight side than I'd like to see, but you fed him out probably as well as anything in the class in terms of having him right for his finish. Maybe he's just a touch over, but he's a big lamb. You're going to have some of that finish on him. She's going to be in my blues today as well. Let's give her a good round of applause. Certainly, last but not certainly least, over here, I've got 3 lambs that for me, taller, more extended type of lambs. They're just 3 lambs that to me aren't quite done yet. I think the closest one to being done is the young ladies here in the middle. But when you get on there and you handle these lambs, they're a little harder, they're a little fresher than what I'd like to see. I just don't think these lambs are going to get up into that grade where we want to see them. Absolutely, you guys went out and picked some growth lambs. You went out and picked some lambs that have some shape, some length to body to them, and I appreciate that. I just wish they had a little bit more to them. So I'm going to leave the lambs in the red today. I think the 2 young men and the young lady did a fantastic job showing out here today and bringing out their lambs and trying to get them ready for fair. Let's give them a good round. Let's go back to the camp.
Okay, congratulations to Class 4. Red ribbons to Keith Zander, Avery Ugles, and Emmett Zander. Blue ribbons to Willa Raster, Gus Turner, AJ Sharkey, and Braden Cooney. And with purple ribbons and callbacks, Tennyson Smith and McKenna Quirk. We are now ready for our market class, we have Adam Wildeboer, Leah Nelson, Brent Wildeboer, Chloe Rogers, Charlie Schwartz, Haley Wolski, Ali Gonzalez, Atsida Glidewell, Kyla Nelson, Tennyson Smith, and McKenna Quirk.
Couple signs all the way around.
As the judge is working these final drive lambs for one last time, I just want to remind everyone that you'll be hauling your lambs back on Saturday. We believe that the most current version of when to be here is not before 9 o'clock, not after 10 o'clock. Okay, so between 9 and 10 on Saturday. This is one of those days where coming early is not a good idea on Saturday, because we have all the beef that has to be in here, and we're hoping as many of those trailers as possible can be pulled out before lamb people start pulling in, because we don't have enough parking, honestly. So, again, right now, the thought is that lambs should start arriving at 9. There's assigned groups, one from 9 to 9:30, one from 9:30 to 10. As with everything in COVID world, that could change. So please stay tuned, be watching the 4-H Facebook page or the FFA Facebook page, and be watching your emails in case great minds come together and have a different thought now that we've gone through full show day about the time that we need. When you do bring your lambs on Saturday, we will have another set of pens, which I guess they're set up, but what's usually our lamb pens? Today we've been using the hog pens, but on Saturday, lambs will go to the area that's typically our lamb pens, to the north here of the hog pens. Those pens will have numbers on them based on your lamb's tag number. So you need to make sure you match your lamb's tag number to the pen you are putting your lamb in.
back, what do you think of your final class of market lambs? I think a really good set. We've got some lambs in here of a few different types, but as a whole, I think a real consistent class from top to bottom. A lot of quality. Really liked the amount of quality that we saw throughout the entire market classes today. You guys should be very proud as a county and as a fair, because this is a pretty deep show, and you go a lot of places in Montana and you won't find as deep a show as we have here. But that being said, I'm going to go out and pick your grand and then your reserve, and then I'm going to come back and maybe talk on the microphone just a little bit more. I am going to place these top through bottom, so as we go through here, I'm going to do that. But I'm going to go pick your grand and reserve out first, and then we'll talk about those just a little bit. We'll come back and play. Oh, maybe we're back on. Anyway, I'm going to go out and pick my grand and reserve, and then we'll come back and talk about them. And like I said, when we went through our breeding show and we went through showmanship, they've asked me to come in here and give my opinion. Hopefully at the end, you'll understand why I placed them the way I did. Maybe you don't agree, but hopefully you'll understand my reasons and why I saw, or what I saw in these lambs. So with that, let's give this final group a big round of applause. They did a nice job. Okay, so I think in my mind you kind of had to find this young lady up in front. I even asked the young man over there, just kind of teasing him to see what he does, but he even had this weather lamb picked. You know, obviously he knows lambs. We've seen him show out here. He knew what to look for, but a weather lamb that I think puts everything together. I think you fed him out fairly well. He's right where he needs to be in terms of his finish. He's super heavy muscle down his top, out through his rack and loin, down through his leg, and I appreciate that. If I could do anything, it'd be to widen that front part of his rack over his shoulders just a notch. Because that's where he flattens, that's where he narrows just a touch. That being said, really phenomenal type of a weather lamb that you have out here. How about a hand for your grand champion, Mark Lamb? This little ewe lamb that we put into second, I think is the one that most closely follows that weather lamb in type and kind. There's a couple other lambs out here that you'll see we're going to stack up next to it. But this is the one in my mind that most closely follows. It's similar type, similar kind. For me, she tapers off her dock just a little bit more than I'd like to see. She's not as square up out of that top end of her leg, and then she carries her muscling just a little bit high. But I think for me, when you get on and handle this lamb over its rack and loin, it's not quite as wide and as dimensional as the weather lamb is, but she's pretty close the way she sits today. So how about a hand for your reserve champion? With that, I'll go ahead and start lining these up as we go down through here, and then I'll come back and talk about each of the individual lambs so you can understand what I saw and why. few things in the middle here that I gave up one thing maybe for another as we go through here. My next two, boy, I really like both of these ewe lambs. I really appreciate it when you get in front of him. Maybe the ewe lamb that we put in fourth, maybe a little bit short for where she's at. The ewe lamb that I put into third, in my mind, if she hadn't broken at her top just as much, and if she kept that dimensional muscling all the way through, she'd probably be up here in that 1 and 2 spot. But she's just off her balance because of that break right there. Coming down in here to fifth, I think a really solid type of a ewe lamb that's maybe a little bit shorter fronted and a little bit narrower off through that front end than anything. But that being said, really balanced. She's just a touch smaller than some of the lambs that we put on. The young man that I put into sixth, this is kind of the one where I gave up some stuff. I don't think this lamb is quite done yet. I don't think it's quite finished yet. But when you get your hands on this lamb, there's a tremendous amount of depth and racking out through that loin to this lamb, and I really appreciate this little weather for that. You could probably flip-flop these two with that ewe lamb all day long with the young lady here in the green mask. But for me, the finish on this lamb is a little bit uneven. That finish is a little bit more so over the spine, and then a little bit lighter over that rib, and then as you get back, she kind of loses that finish as you get back into her skeleton. So a little bit off in how she finished, and that's kind of what set her here in this class, but a really nice type of a lamb. I really appreciate her on the profile and how she gets out and tracks across the ring. This little weather next to her, maybe a weather that's starting to get just a touch soft for me, maybe a weather that's starting to lose some of that shape over its top, especially into that rack. But a weather that's got a tremendous amount of bone underneath it. It's definitely got some muscling and thickness. I just wish he'd handled a little fresher as you get over the top of him. Same thing with the weather lamb there. I actually asked the young lady, I said, is your weather finished? And she's like, yep. I said, is it over finished? And she said, probably. A weather that's just getting soft over that rib, and when you handle it down its spine, maybe getting just a touch stale. And so that's what kind of put these two lambs down here. And ultimately, we've got two lambs down here that just get out-pounded by some heavier lambs. They're not going to put as much product on the rail. They're not going to have that shapely of carcass. And for me, I think two lambs that need just a touch more finish on them today. But very deserving to be in this last class. How about a hand for your final class of market lambs?
Congratulations, Grand Champion Market Lamb to Haley Wolski. Reserve Champion Market Lamb to Axida Glidewell. Third place, Kyla Nelson. Fourth place, Chloe Rogers. Fifth place, Charlie Swartz. Sixth place, Brent Wildemore. Seventh place, Allie Gonzalez. Eighth place, Tennyson Smith. Ninth place, McKenna Quirk, and 10th place to Adam Wildemore. Just so everyone understands, we place them to 10 places for the sale order. We sell those top 10 in the order of their placing. There's awards for the Grand and Reserve. The rest of those placings are to set the sale order for us. Okay, lamb folks, you are responsible for cleaning out your pens, please. You need to muck your pen out when you are done. And you don't need to strip it, but you need to pull out any wet sawdust and manure that are in the pen.